Alrighty, we're live. Yay! Let me see. Hang on. Did it go? Is that better? Do you still hear me? Guy is silent. Okay. Hang on just a second. I think I did something funny.
That never happens.
Alright, hang on. Can you hear him now? Yeah, it's because I messed with the settings, I think.
Well, that's what we get for messing with the settings.
I know. Can you hear him now?
Okay, can you hear us now?
I'm the important one, according to
Troy. You are the
Troy.
important one, Chelsea. So, okay. Now, we're going to try again. Hi, guys. I'm Guy from Geek Tank.
I'm Chelsea, and I just swallowed tea. We're so professional. We'll edit that out.
Yeah, we'll edit that out in post. Guy is silent isn't bad, says Troy. Okay.
Alright, so I'm going to introduce people because I can see everyone as you can see them because you're mirroring my computer. So up on the top left is Hunter. And I need to pull up Hunter's character sheet. Alright, so he's Venka. Yay, you get to see a Starfleet personnel file this time! Yay! And then there's Dustin, the GM. And here's Guy. And now I'm going to cover Guy's face with his own character sheet. That's what he gets for having a big head. He's playing to Sarah. And then we have Luna. And Luna, how do I pronounce your character's name? Miss Seth?
I don't know if Luna can hear us. Luna?
Dun, dun, dun.
Can you hear
It
us?
helps if I don't mute people. Salmasa,
Beautiful.
I think.
Alright. And right under her is Nate, and his character is Thusilus, and he's on the phone, so he gets his face blocked by his own character sheet. And then up on this side, above me, is Joe. That's our captain. He gets us in a lot of trouble. And there's Hashimoto's sheet for you. And I'm the doctor. I don't know why I didn't introduce what everybody else's character does, but we'll figure it out pretty quickly. Alrighty. Sweet times. I'm going to try and put the character sheets up when I can. It might be weird. It might be a little bit glitchy, so do let me know in the comments if something's going funky. But we're definitely going to try this. It's a little more high-tech than usual, but hey, we're gaming from home, and that's all you can ask for. So,
I'll be back shortly.
oh, actually, I should go get my dice.
I was say.
I got already, and then the
Where's the
dice.
concept?
Ooh, there's a 19 that I'm glad I'm not going to use in the game.
Alright, give us a breakdown there, Joe, when you're ready. I need to get this.
Okay. Commodore's log, stardate 24362.15. Sure. We are just a few hours away from Task Force Missoul, departing for the planet Badlands in order to try to convince the locals, which are mostly pirates there, to join with us instead of the Summer Sun Mercenary Cooperative. Summer Sun Mercenary Cooperative has thousands of troops on the planet, has recently purchased one of their spaceports, and put forth some degree of a blockade. They're trying to set themselves up as a government, and we have been ordered to try to convince the planet to side with the Federation rather than becoming part of a government run by a mercenary company. Unfortunately, we ran into some problems on board one of the ships in the task force with a computer leak. We've been investigating that, and have repaired the damage, and we're in the process of checking all of the other ships for sabotage. But unfortunately, the USS Redemption, an Oberth class assigned to our task force, had to eject their warp core because the saboteur sabotaged their warp drive and caused it to breach. They were able to eject the warp core and capture the saboteur, a Nephrosian, using the unusual name of John Mohegan, which is actually a human name. And it turns out we've discovered that he was using the identity of a Starfleet officer who's been dead for 30 years. The Nephrosian is actually from the Mirror Universe, which is a very classified matter, but the player characters know about it.
So classified.
Yeah, very classified. And so we are in the process of interrogating him. And last session, Dr. Lupine used her Betazoid telepathic powers to gain some information, but unfortunately he was trained to resist that. And so we have now overpowered him using Commander Tessera's mind meld. And I believe Dustin is shortly going to fill us in on the results of that.
Ooh, right. And this is the first time we've ever asked Tessera to do a mind meld in this campaign, which is amazing.
Well, and the results, we went over them a little bit. You were able to get out the information that he had. There was a team of 3 operatives that came along with him. They're all in various places that he doesn't know, but they basically are trying to thwart the Narendra kind of peace dealings, where after the Battle of Narendra 3, the Khitomer Accords are fully ratified, where the Klingons and Federation makes a true alliance here in a couple years from now. So they're trying to mess with that, which is fascinating that you got that out of his brain, because that means he knows the future of this timeline as well.
Ooh.
So
And we were also
there's
looking
Guy
for...
contemplating. That was good contemplation. All of a sudden, you got pixelated pretty bad there, Guy.
Well, I break into low res every so often.
Oh, okay, cool.
I've been feeling better since I started the medication, but
Oh, okay, all right.
There's a condition.
We were also looking for identifying the location and identities of the other operatives when they arrived, where they are, what they've been doing. Because we verified that our Afrosian using the name Mohegan is who sabotaged the computers on the Russell. So all the sabotage that we know of is him.
Correct. Everything kind of traces to him based off of all the transporter logs that Core figured out, tracing it back to his own kind of signatures he's used to. Because operatives from the Mirror Universe there leave a strange phase variance in their transporter traces for about 6 months after they come into contact with our universe.
Okay.
I just want to confirm, since I was the one checking those, I know that we found problems on multiple ships, but a lot of them I wasn't able to identify how it was done. Do we believe all of them are the same person, or is that still questionable?
No, you believe all of them are the same person, tracking, different entry logs and things like that. So, been a busy little beaver because they were station engineering.
Okay.
Wow. So we have a lot more
to make sure
worry.
we didn't have an accomplice problem, though.
And Core is going to stay back on the starbase to figure out some of that stuff.
that's what he gets for not being here tonight.
Correct.
And additionally, we'd already decided to leave the Volkov behind because they don't have transwarp and they were going to catch up. And we are going to leave the Redemption behind as well. So our task force is now just the Chaucer and the 3 Mirandas. the Volkov will catch up to us, but it takes them several days.
I thought we wanted to appear in force.
Yes. Well,
yeah, that was the.
Now we're in 2 ships. Like,
no, we're 4 ships.
Oh, we're 4.
We're 3 Mirandas in the Chaucer, and what we've given up is 2 Oberths, which are nothing.
oh, okay.
So
Oh,
we decided, we all agreed to show up in force. The force we have chosen is a strong breeze.
Yes. We are the entire... All the capital ships assigned to this region of space are in this task force and still going. The only things not going under Jameson's command are Oberths, and there's only a couple of those. And the Redemption is the only one that had transwarp, and it just blew that up, so...
yeah, well, you have a couple of those other ships that are floating around that could always come in on emergency. Let me see if I can find that little paperwork again.
From the other nearby starbase?
Well, and also under Jameson, he can get them off the duties he has them doing.
Ah, okay. They're elsewhere.
Well,
Yep.
and if we need them, I know the point of coming in force was partially to show why we were an advantage, but we can say, and there's more if it's needed.
And then they pop
Correct.
up and everybody freaks out because things were going well.
Yeah, you can use it as leverage that, hey, don't make us call in the cavalry, because there's legit cavalry. You're not going to get messed up on a bluff being called or anything.
There are reinforcements we can call for if we need them. That's good to know.
Correct.
Okay.
Now I'm not quite sure where I put that.
So, should we keep the forensics for the prisoner that we captured on file just in case we encounter other anomalies to make sure that they don't link back to that individual specifically and it's one of the other 2 saboteurs? Because we had collected that information just to make sure we could track them, and we tracked him, I think, by his phase variance. Isn't that right? We tracked him through the transporter instead of with the forensic data we collected. So we have his fingerprints. We can now get a full set.
No, the forensic data matches up.
Right. So should we keep that on file just to make sure that we know that that is, you know?
Yes, but classify it and don't put it in the main computer.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. So we'll keep that in the med lab in a secure file.
Yeah, and make sure that, you know, if we ever change ships, you take it with you.
Yeah. It'll be in my personnel file. My personal file. I shouldn't say my personnel file. But yeah.
Have we, their interrogators, done all the interrogation we're going to do with this guy?
Yes.
Guy, you're muted. Or did I mute you? No, you're muted.
He's muted. The guy's muted.
I'm muted because...
No, we were done with the interrogation. Yeah, playing with my dice back.
Yes. I'm muted because my child was running up and down the stairs exploding and trying to kill things with a lightsaber. So I figured I would mute rather than, you know...
I'm just having a sock puppet dice bag going on, so... Because I can.
Yeah, we're having all kinds of fun over here on the...
So once...
Geek Sync forum.
Sorry.
Anyway, what I was saying was I feel confident that I have accomplished all of the tasks that I was looking for. The question is, have we accomplished all of the things that you were looking for, Commodore?
I think we've accomplished all the information that we're going to get out of this guy right now, unless somebody else has something they want to ask.
Very well.
Whatever brig we put him in, it needs to not have any kind of access paneling, because this guy is good.
He's going into cryogenic freeze on the Chaucer, and we need to talk about that. Or did we resolve that in pregame, Dustin? Do you want to...
we had the discussion, the moral implications of that. Could be cruel and unusual punishment. However, since he's a mere operative and not a citizen of the Federation, some of that kind of goes out the window, according to y'all.
He's a scary mirror operative, and we had talked about putting him on ice pretty much immediately until we can find the other 3.
Hashimoto's comfortable with the moral implications therein. He needs to be on the Chaucer. He needs to be isolated, and we need to classify the entire incident. So the security people that picked him up, they need to be told this is classified. We need to create whatever we need to create so that the logs show that Mohegan was killed in the explosion. So nobody's going, where is your prisoner?
And
We're
you're
going to be covered up here.
And you're classifying that from Admiral Jameson, right?
I don't know that I can have the ability to set it up so that he can't override it. But yes, basically I'm classifying it in a manner that all people involved in the operation can access it. My guess is Jameson could override that somehow.
I'm going to do, let's see, so this is, which one of these, I guess all of them look pretty decent on camera. We're going to try to set some things up here and do this trick when we're doing combat. We're going to try to get deep into the command rules tonight, and these you can download off of DriveThruRPG as well for free. This is the Star Trek Red Alert skirmish rules. And they're also in the command book. And we're actually going to try to do some of this stuff if we can tonight. And I just wanted to see, yeah, this all looks pretty decent on the camera. So
It looks good.
I'll mess with that. So as far as Jameson goes, because you remember Rosa said specifically, do not necessarily get him involved in her stuff.
Right. And I'm trying not to.
Yep. Alright, so give me a roll then. Let me grab your character sheet here, and if Chelsea wants to put up the character sheet.
For Hashimoto?
Yep.
Alright.
And let's see. Current campaign here. Now, Joe also made this really handy-dandy little cheat sheet for us on doing things. So let's see. We're going to call this an opposed task because Jameson is eventually going to determine what's going on with this. So the difficulty I'm adjusting. Let's see. We haven't assigned momentum yet, which I should do right now for group momentum pool. And of course, everyone's got their own momentum that they're going to start off with. Let's see. Go ahead and roll for me based off that opposed task on page 82. We're looking at a control and a security there for Hashimoto.
Okay, and I'm going to utilize Anthony Bimler, who I have a character sheet, or Valar, who I don't, for any of the computer portions of this cover-up.
Let's do yours first, and then see what they can do.
Okay, and you said control and...
Security.
Okay, that is the 14.
Mm-hmm.
Here comes my roll off of Google. Ooh, that's lovely.
Wow.
Wow. Well, sir, you don't need Bimler's help. You know how to do classified information. You know how to seal this stuff up nice and tight. It's not like you've done this before.
Oh, I'm totally above the board. New territory to me. Just stumbled it.
So, if y'all want to do a share screen when you do your die rolls, that makes it super fast and quick, and then we're not blowing out microphones. Because the Google Dice Roller is pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so yeah, with the 2 and a 3, Jameson, oh, someone died. That happens. I'm going to try to roll for him. I'm going to do a physical roll just for fun, but yeah, 5 and an 8. Nope, he still rolled pretty good. He was looking, he's like,
Well, I mean, a warp core did explode right in his backyard.
Correct. Of
I
course
would
he's
be
going to
upset.
investigate.
Dustin's echoing from somewhere, and I'm not sure where.
Let me see if I can fix that.
Guy is muted, and Luna and I are on headsets, so...
Alright, is that a little better?
Yeah, that's much better.
Okay, cool.
Just for the record,
I know what I was echoing on.
Oh, no, you're echoing still. Just kidding.
if Hashimoto applies his focus of Federation law, then some of those low rolls can be 2 successes apiece. So that, what did I do again? A 2 and a
3.
A 2 and a 3.
2 and a 3. So that would be 4 successes, if it matters.
When you multiply your successes.
I don't know if we're needing to keep track for momentum purposes or those kinds of things.
That was like beginner's luck over there.
Yeah, that. Let's see. Keep a thought on that. If you need to, extra successes on task rolls become momentum. I generate threat to spend without drawing from the pool. Unspent momentum goes to group pool. Max 6. At the end of each scene, 1 point of momentum is lost from the group pool. I'm going to put a threat in there in case something goes wrong and, all of a sudden, and it may be a threat for later. I don't know if it's even going to happen tonight for the Mirror Universe stuff.
Okay.
So, because giving you that awesome of a roll, of course, helped you out with all other kinds of stuff, but... Am I still echoey?
No, that's a little bit better, but it might change.
Okay. All right, so, Commodore, you have a task force to take out.
Anybody have anything they need to do before we go? Because we're going at 0200 hours.
What do you need from us?
Well, we're going to be finishing the diagnostic of all systems en route. You may have to coordinate that. By the way, one of the things I want to do with that is I don't want the people who normally work on the equipment to do the diagnostic, just in case who normally works on it is the operative. But that's all stuff we're going to do en route. It's a 29-hour trip at Transwarp 7. So we just have to coordinate that. Do we have Mr. Mohegan now on ice? Is he secured, Dustin, in our car?
Did you go ahead and roll for that there, Chelsea, as Lupine, to make sure you don't, inadvertently freeze him more solid than he should be?
Okay, what am I rolling?
Let's see. Let's do it as control and medicine.
Control and medicine. Control's a 7. Where's medicine? It's a 5. We have a problem. You can't see it, but I rolled a nat 20. And a 3.
Okay.
So it was a 3, and then it was a nat 20, so...
Let me check his fitness. And, let's see. His command. Yeah, he did.
Oh, no! Oh, I'm upset. Like, legitimately upset.
And go ahead.
Fair, though. He was already dead 30 years ago.
Is his brain, like, doing its last firings right now? Or is he just flat, like, boom, no more?
You put him in cryogenic freeze. You think you had it. It was fine. You went to go get a coffee, and all of a sudden you got flatline. You can blame it on maybe Afrosians, because Afrosians are actually from a cold planet, and you thought you had to chill him more than was required.
But I have a specialty in alien anatomy. So I
Ooh, would you like an extra die roll
yes.
for that? There you go. Take that. And that was a talent or a focus?
That was.
It's a focus, isn't it?
I think it's a focus.
Yeah. Because it doesn't have a page number. Let me double check.
Oh wait, maybe I took that off. I might have taken that off on your character sheet.
Xenobiology on your character sheet.
Yeah. Because when I first
Alright.
made her, I made her especially so she could deal with other alien species. So it's,
Go ahead and roll a die for me.
okay.
Get a low number.
Come on, little baby. I'm giving you a second chance, and if you give me another, 20, I'm going to yeet you into the snow. All right, pray for me. It's a 10. Not much better, honestly.
Under your skill, at least.
Hey, Luna, let's roll for you to see if you were in the room at the time. Let's do your presence and your medicine. It's not great, but your curiosity will get you there.
Okay.
Because you're meticulous. You want to make sure to cover this.
I also know my shit.
Yes.
That's the talent. So I should know this equipment. I am now trying to get this on the correct screen that I can.
This is mainly a die roll to see if you're even in the room.
Let me get her sheet up so you guys can see.
Yeah, and she's rolling. It's 2d20. Ooh, there's one, a 15, and a 1.
Oh.
You are definitely in the room. And because that one gets you in the room, let's go ahead and have you roll your control and medicine, and let's see if you can save Lupine from freezing the operative into a popsicle.
Her control is good. Her medicine ain't.
Yeah. 11. Let's go for this. Oh, not with that.
No.
The second one was okay. Do I get anything extra for I know my shit?
Alright, roll one more time for me because you have an assist there, Chelsea. You both are now previously, got ice scrapers out or something.
I'm trying to save this boy. I'm trying to, warm him back up and cool him down at the same time. It's a 2 on the die. That's much better.
There you go. You have resuscitated the operative, and you can safely put him in cryostasis again. He's only a bit frostbitten on the toes.
Oh, man. I should also point out when we initially made these characters, we made them on a different character sheet, so there might be information that Dustin has that's not on screen right now, just for honesty's sake. But
oh no, I've got the exact same stuff now. I synced up from the last time we shared all the PDFs.
Beautiful. Okay. Hey Nate, your lighting's fantastic.
It is very good.
It's so good.
Mine's sucking right now. Actually, I'll be right back. Let me fix that while you guys roll play what happened in the med bay a little bit more between the two of you.
All right.
You are really looping audio.
I wonder what that is. Okay, so I've got to take this guy down to cryo. Can somebody mute Dustin real quick?
Oh, yeah, it was coming from me. My bad.
Okay, we got it.
Nate, maybe?
There we go. Is that better?
Okay.
Yes. Perfect. Yeah. Okay. All right. So it's a 4-hour process to put this guy into cryo. So we kind of need to take our time in shifts. I'm going to have Museth come down to the cryo bay just to make sure that this doesn't go awry. It's not the first time I put anyone in cryo, but I know these guys can be a little bit tricky. Come from a kind of colder planet, so see what we can do. Okay.
I mean, and these, let's be honest, these beds haven't been used in a while. I don't know what repair level they're in, so...
Do you want to check our records and see the last bed that was used successfully? We should have that in the system.
As far as gameplay, we've never used cryo beds on the Chaucer. We did that on the Van Valkenburg a couple times, but we don't have that.
The Chaucer's not a new ship, though. It was given to us
Yes.
after a previous crew, right?
No, brand new.
No,
brand new. Brand spanking new.
So these are
State of the
fairly
art.
new. So we should still be okay. I would just be cautious.
Yeah. I mean, there's only so much you can do. A cryo bed's
It's
Keep
it's
it
not just the
equipment.
cryo bed though. We can't just leave the cryo bed in sick bay or wherever the cryo beds usually live. We have to squirrel it away in some quarantined section of the ship that no one's allowed to.
That could be why they had so many problems with the gnarly dice rolls.
Yeah.
We've got to find a quarantine place, because usually what I'll do is I'll take the only low amount of a deck with a low amount of inhabitants, or we'll clear out that deck so that I can make a med bay. But my problem is like all my doctors know about that med bay. All of our marine, all of our field medics know about that as well. So we'll have to squirrel it away somewhere safe.
Somewhere like between the bulkheads and like a Jeffrey's tube that nobody goes into, that we can find an excuse to say you're not allowed to go in here. That's like mechanical,
What
without
about
approval from senior staff.
what about private quarters?
Private
That's
quarters,
actually not a bad idea.
it's not bad. The question is whose private quarters? It should probably be one of our security officers. I would put it.
Or just enlisted quarters that aren't in use.
Yeah,
Ambassador quarters that have special containment.
we're gonna
You know
have
what?
to seal
Put it
that
in my
off. though.
office. In my desk will be built over it.
I still have to be able to access those panels, though. I have to take care. This is still a patient, but I do come up to your private quarters a lot, so it wouldn't
Well,
be
I
super
have an office that's
suspicious.
separate from my quarters.
Okay. Office would be
But-
good.
The quarters are fine too. As long as we can hide it the rest of
How are we going to get it all the way up there, though? We have to get this cryopod all the way up there with
With
no
the
one
transport.
noticing. But then we have to let the transport guy know. Somebody's going to read the transport
I can
system.
run the transporter.
Sure.
Okay.
I can just relieve him. That's, what you get to do as the chief engineer.
Go ahead and roll that transporter
I'd like to
for me,
report
because
that
that's
I have been
some
having
hanky movement
problems,
after you almost
so
killed
just so you're aware.
Sorry, say that again?
I was saying that I'm reporting I'm having connection problems.
Okay.
For a while there, you guys were absolutely frozen, and then there was a disconnect and then a reconnect. So, and I'm having it system-wide, like I'm seeing over here on the Facebook side, that it's dropping as well. So, if I drop out, just bear with me. Apparently, I will reconnect automatically when I get around to it.
Cool.
Have you ever
Okay.
noticed that Nate should be singing the Bohemian Rhapsody? I'm just
Totally.
It does look like that. Except Nate's muted, so we can't
You
hear
have to
him.
unmute yourself,
Mhm.
dude.
It's because he's singing, and we don't want to hear that.
No.
Trust me, you don't have to deal with it all the time. You really don't want to listen to it.
Cruel and unusual.
Everybody loves my singing. I'm like Bohemian Rhapsody.
No. Mm-mm. No. So Luna, give me a die roll, control and engineering.
Luna,
All of a sudden, we cannot hear Luna. Try control and engineering, please. There we go. That's good enough. You didn't take the popsicle and put it into a bulkhead.
Some very precise maneuvering over there.
Uh-huh.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to your microphone there, but we got the die roll, so that worked.
Still not working, Luna. I don't know what happened. I'd check your settings and see if your mic just killed itself.
What is on your cup?
It says, "Will you be mine?"
Nice.
I bought it on a Valentine's Day sale for myself. At the time, I was still drinking coffee, though, so it held like 8 cups of coffee, but now it holds like 8 cups of tea instead.
Are you able to hear me now?
Yes! Hi!
Excellent.
I had to reset my Bluetooth.
Oh no! Technology!
Good thing I know how to do that.
All right, so Luna managed to not beam the popsicle into a bowl.
Thank you.
Yay!
Because that would have been embarrassing if that materialized halfway out into the hall and halfway into your office.
It would have been harder to hide. That's for
Clean up on deck 2, aisle 3.
Sitting there like, oh no.
Man,
Don't let it thaw! Don't let it thaw!
I'm an engineer, not a construction worker.
Oh my god.
you're going to be getting construction experience though, because you have to build my desk over this thing in a way that lets Dr. Lupine still access it and treat the patient, but can still make it hidden from anybody that comes into my office to talk to me.
I think it's
Go
gonna be
ahead and Luna, go ahead and roll reason and engineering.
Oh god. Okay.
Reason and engineering.
I think I'm just gonna read these to you because every time I switch screens, it seems to be disconnecting me. So,
Okay.
well, I got a 4, which is good, and a 16, which is not so good.
So describe us this work of art that is both a 4 and a 16 of a desk.
Well, see, I'm gonna be honest, Toshimoto, I decided that a desk was really the wrong choice for this. We have a perfectly good desk for you, which is why I built you this lovely closet cabinet thing. It's back, and it opens and allows access to the cryo bed.
Great.
It also allows you access to your alcohol.
Thank you. That's very important. And in my office on the old cabinet that you removed was a Klingon's arm and eye. Would you put those back on top when you're done, please?
Sure, I will do that.
They were prosthetics, and they belonged to, gosh, what was his name?
I've got that in the past campaign.
Yeah, that's all right.
I will very much get someone else to put that on there.
Well, they're not real. They're prosthetic.
I'm worried that
Gave them
that
back
cabinet's
when you
gonna
got mad and
collapse.
left. What's that?
I'm worried that that cabinet's gonna collapse.
I mean, that's why it's just a set of doors in front of a thing.
Are these
Instead of
doors meant to
over
like
a thing.
fit together?
I mean, that's what the command tape is for.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's why we have the child safety lock on there.
I have to be able to operate the child safety.
Oh, I can't tell you what to do there.
Does this thing look like it was built at IKEA?
Yeah, but it keeps drinks cold because, of course, the cryo. I love it.
You know, that makes sense. That's a reason why we have a refrigerator unit there, is to keep my alcohol.
I'm still worried there's a cryo leak. I'm gonna have to check it more now, just to make sure there's not a leak.
The cryo bed's fine. The cabinet is not the it's functional. That's what the 4 was for, and it's about as pretty as you'd expect a 16 to get you.
Good enough.
Somebody's gonna be
Does
like,
that work?
Hashimoto's real low tech, ain't he? He's like, yes. He's not good at doors.
When people come in, I'm like, yeah, I built this myself. Isn't it nice? And they're like, uh-huh. They're like, damn it, he's a Commodore. We have to tell him it looks good.
Exactly. It's like, this guy's a Commodore.
I mean, this seems appropriate for a sort of function over form type person that I am.
Yeah.
I like how you decided that it should not be a desk, it should be a cabinet.
If it has an ice maker attached that may compromise the cryo freeze.
I'll just tell people the ice maker's broken.
Yeah.
And we'll just go over to the replicator and replicate ice.
I mean, it was supposed to look like that was its purpose. It wasn't necessarily supposed to be.
As long as I can open it and get to the liquor without revealing the cryo bit. So if I have guests and I want to go, that's one of Hashimoto's things is he brings like champagne to give to people as gifts.
All it is,
it's like an upper shelf, and then like the cryo doors are below, and then kind of like one of those an upper thing.
And we just use the same smoke effect that they use in every Next Gen episode, where it's dripping down, because that's an easy smoke effect.
Yep.
Oh wow.
It'll be really weird that there's clearly like a cold effect going on and the alcohol isn't actually cold, but that's beside the point.
No, I have some Trill pastries in there too that I brought from the Alpha Quadrant. They need to stay frozen. In fact, I had in my quarters, I had a cryo container that the engineering crew on the Van Valkenburg built me specifically to hold pastries and liquor that I can give out as gifts. So converting this is just the new version of it. It'll cover it nicely.
You just didn't have those engineers anymore, so you bootlegged it yourself.
Yeah. And here for anyone who may be listening out of state, we do have Frozen Dead Guy Days here in Colorado. Just look it up. The science is all legit.
Yeah. We're not going to roll this guy down the side of a mountain, though.
No, absolutely not. As his new physician, I highly advise against this.
See, this sounds like a new challenge to me.
No.
He stays in the cabinet. He definitely stays in the cabinet.
He's going to be forever closeted.
And we need to build some security, too, in case cryo breaks and he wakes up so he can't get out of that cabinet. Because I don't want him popping up while I'm trying to, ride over. And he pops up next to me.
He's going to be mildly encumbered with his frostbitten toes. I'm just saying.
Well,
that's horrible. I'm sorry. What was I? I feel terrible.
This is your office, and we clearly need to guard this liquor with a top-notch camera system.
Yes. The liquor is very important, and it came all the way from the Alpha Quadrant, and it should have good locks.
And good, visual security and all of that?
Well, I mean, the visual security is more or less me and the young, who's probably armed.
I was just, meaning we should probably have a camera inside the cabinet.
Yeah, but where's it going to broadcast to?
Me?
Okay. Make sure that only senior staff can get to it. That it's nicely
maybe
locked
security
down.
as well.
Yeah, and probably actually his medical doctor as well should have
That'd be helpful.
Yeah, no, player characters, but I don't want,
Joe Schmo.
Security Ensign Fred to stumble across this feed.
No.
We're making a page for Security Ensign Fred now.
Dustin, you generate that up.
That was a
Security
mess.
Ensign Fred.
How long did that take for us to get him into cryo and upstairs?
With that rule, you guys are fine.
Okay. I'm gonna go rest. I'm exhausted. That went wrong so many ways and it shouldn't have. And I'm just... I
should probably care more, but, I have to go to the cabinet.
I'm gonna
We
look at
have
the cabinet.
29 hours of travel.
You have time to paint
it
it.
hits the fan. What's that?
So she has time to paint it.
Yes. Just with a nice stain on it. Yes.
A nice stain on this cabinet. The door is closed like this.
They don't quite line up.
Computer wasn't working that day. It was just a really bad day for handiwork.
It's like a slightly Q screen, because that's what I could find.
I may have it repainted at some point.
You are welcome to do that.
You just have yourself painted on it, like.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I love this cabinet. It's my favorite thing on this shit. This poor patient.
I was watching DIY YouTube videos, and this was the worst.
You need to stop watching the vids, man. This is not real engineering.
Thought I'd try a new hobby.
Hashimoto, no. You have enough hobbies. As your doctor, I'm telling you, no. You'll overexert yourself.
You're already worried enough he's going to hurt himself for easy squares. Now he's like got a hammer, he's going to hammer his hand off or something.
My blood pressure is high enough for the both of us.
That's true. I'll just read a book.
On what? Please don't
I
say
don't
world
know.
domination. He's reading War of the Worlds. Like, I
War
can
of the
do
Worlds,
that.
yeah.
Oh my god. Alright. So we got him in cryo. Now what?
I'm better at functional stuff than at making it look pretty.
We can get somebody in to make it look pretty later.
Oh man.
Alright. I think we're ready for it to be 0200 and the task force takes off, unless anybody's got anything else. Okay.
I just gotta watch
Yep.
out for the pregnant one that's on light duty.
Yeah. I did the logs making that sometime in December, which means right now it's mid-January and he's not due until August. I made the assumption that the Nobulans were a 9-month gestation period and that mating season hit late in the imprisonment because they were still in isolation when we got there.
Yeah, we gotta get his nutrition up regardless. Make sure he's eating enough calories. So.
Commander Vidka, you listen to your doctor.
Eat your vegetables.
I
Stop
like
putting
that,
your
Captain.
you-know-what in other
Yep.
things.
No wheels, though.
Well, yeah, I was, thinking it would help him move it instead of trying to turn the bulkhead.
No, I'd want it screwed into the bulkhead.
Okay.
I don't want anybody to steal my frozen guy.
If you need to show that to the viewers there, Chelsea. So, we'll put a little emblem, the House of Hashimoto.
Oh my god.
All right. Anything else you need to do before you get to the planet?
No.
All right.
Actually, I do want to do some long-range scan, so I don't want to just fly in there blind. And actually, when we're about 15 light years away, I want to launch one of those transwarp probes ahead of us to get the tactical situation in the system before we appear on their sensors. So probably
Oh, I
about
like it.
20 light years away.
Would you like your tacticals officer to do that and figure that?
That does sound like a job for Mohinder to do. Does anybody have Mohinder's sheet handy? I can look at it.
I don't have it handy.
Is it in the ones in the chat? Because I can scroll up to there.
No, I will link it in the chat real quick. I've got it in front of me too.
Okay, that works then.
And Any other tactical setups anyone wants to do? Any other drills? Any other stuff?
We're going in on yellow alert. Everybody's armed.
I think we're going to be ready to go. The Makos will all be prepped and ready.
Remember that your one Mako is on the bridge.
And Starfleet security should be fine too.
What do we know about this planet?
Can I find more? Oh, duh. This is a planet that is used by a lot of mercenaries and pirates as a kind of a base of operations. It's not. It was affiliated kind of loosely with Bullock, and recently Summer Sun landed a peace committee, which is basically about 2,000 troops on the planet. Bought one of their 2 spaceports and is essentially trying to bully the planet into becoming their part of their government. They're creating a government. So it's a wretched hive of scum and villain.
So goals-wise, do you need us ready for a quick getaway? Ready to do some other things? What do you need?
Right. I think we expect to come into a blockade with Summer Sun ships. We expect Summer Sun troops on the ground. I don't know how the locals are going to react to our presence. We're hoping to convince them that we're their friends. But we need to be ready for just about anything. Like, we could come out of warp and Summer Sun could fire on us immediately.
Okay.
That's scary. Okay, so I'll have the med ward ready that we had talked about last game. It's just going to be on a low inhabited deck, just so that we're ready to accept incoming casualties if they happen.
So Nate, I'm assuming your ship is ready to take necessary action? You're muted.
The Makos are all on the ships, ready to go. We're on the main ship, ready to be deployed as mission.
Does the chopper have any ship-type weaponry?
Yeah. It's an ambassador class. It's pretty well armed.
Okay. We'll have that ready then.
We're also going to be ready as we come into the system for everybody that managed to arm their shuttle to have to be ready to launch shuttles. And before we come out, I would like a report from everyone that they've finished their diagnostic, their physical diagnostic, and that we're pretty confident that any sabotage has been detected. That should wrap up several hours before we arrive, before we even launch those probes. Dustin's frozen.
I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah, I should. Am I okay?
No, you're good now.
Okay.
Did you catch that, Dustin?
I did.
I don't know why we're getting so much reverb.
I wonder if it's because.
I think that's Nate, actually.
Hunter, we got to get your dad some headphones.
As a pair. Well, you also just put it back on a press the top
Oh, gotcha.
backwards.
I don't know why it's just so bad just on his, though. It's interesting.
I know there's no background noise in my house right now. Nothing on.
Like, when you're talking, it's great. It's just like... Yeah, I can hear myself echoing back.
I think it's your speakers looping through your microphone.
That makes sense. Okay. I'll keep it on the push to talk.
No sound at all at Nate's house, except the sound of Freddie Mercury.
I thought that was Simon and Garfunkel.
Okay.
Sound of silence, yo.
It was because every time anyone else was talking, he was turning green. So it was like, it's gotta be Nate.
He's just envious of all of us.
I mean, I'm envious of that lighting. I'm not gonna lie.
It is
looks
pretty
sick.
dramatic. I
You
have
should
to
get
admit.
pictures in there. Like, screenshot this for later.
Did we complete our physical diagnostic?
Yeah.
Did we find any new sabotage?
No. Not with the telltale traces that you had.
Okay, and did we once we got out of range of the radiation from the warp core breach, we would want to run a phase scan and see if any people or equipment is out of phase within the task force.
Luna, go ahead and roll that. Just don't botch it. We're looking at. It is going to be.
Let me get your character sheet up.
It's the past campaign book again. Where did just? There we go. We're looking at. This one's going to be insight and security.
So that's a 13 target. Unfortunately, I got a 14, but I also got a 3.
Okay. You know that your systems are not lying to you. There's no other phase protected.
Cool.
Excellent, thank you. Alright, no other phase variant detected. Unless anybody has anything else, I think we're ready to be close enough to launch the probes about 20 light years before arrival.
Alright. Luna, go ahead and launch the probe. Let's get you going with a control and a engineering.
Okay.
We're launching the probes 10 hours before we arrive.
Okay.
Well, the target's a 14, and I got a 12 and a 5, so that one's probably a lot better.
Okay. So you're going to get some telemetry back at least about an hour before you're into the system, what the system is going to be like.
Great.
I've got a group momentum going for that to deal with the threat level.
How many were any of the Mirandas able to arm any of their?
We were briefly talking about it. Go ahead and roll control and command for me.
Hashimoto sheet coming up.
Okay, Hashimoto's control is 10, command is 5, so we're looking for a 15.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's good.
Yeah, what do you want the roll bars to have on?
With the Mirandas are already, I assume, armed, but all 3 Mirandas, if they were able, should have armed their shuttles so we can use them in combat. So they should just put phasers or little photon torpedo launchers, whatever they can put together.
It will be similar to those little smaller versions of Van Valkenburg.
A little smaller version like the assault shuttles?
Yep.
Great. So they should all be ready. They should be manned and ready to launch if we need them when we arrive at the system, and they should be ready on hot scramble as long as we're on yellow alert.
And I've got the stats for those things.
Good. I don't think I have them handy. I can probably dig them up. I'm also Staff Sergeant Dina from the Makos will be piloting one of the shuttles from the Chaucer and is set up as kind of squadron commander. Since I assume as a Marine, now she's a Mako, but she was originally trained as a Marine pilot.
Yeah.
I mean, probably trained for shuttle combat more than the Starfleet pilots are.
Nate, whatever you just said, we couldn't hear it.
So the Mako's gonna go down on.
Just Dina will be on the shuttle. Staff Sergeant Dina will be flying one of the shuttles. The other Chaucer shuttles are being flown by Starfleet pilots. And Sergeant Hoffman is on the Chaucer's bridge as the operations officer.
So we're just going to be two people down. No big deal.
Yeah.
You should be fine.
Should be exciting. Hopefully no one's waiting for us.
Okay, so I've got the paperwork together here for these. Let's see, is that a dupe? Let's see what we got. Yeah, that's a dupe. I'm not quite sure where I have that. Okay. That's just confusing me. We will pitch that one. We'll pitch that. We'll pitch that. Okay. So when we're talking about the shuttle name, guys, right here.
Sweet.
Okay.
They can only. The old Van Valkenburg used to be able to. A bunch of these in there. This is just literally one per bay on the Mirandas.
So did we take the Miranda shuttles off and replace them with these?
You had to.
Okay. And that's good with me. I was thinking we were just
You can
adding
do
weapons
it
to
on
these
1,
shuttles.
2, or 3.
I'm sorry?
You can do it on 1, 2, or 3 of the Mirandas. How you want to configure that? You rolled good enough.
All three.
Okay.
Although my original plan was just to add weapons to the existing shuttles on the Miranda. But if this is more feasible, let's do this.
Well, I've got the stats and everything for them, so let's go with it.
Okay, I
You
like it.
guys have been working on trying to get these armed shuttles and armed ships for, almost a year. That's one of the reasons why you're trying to arm the ship that y'all got captured on, so I figured this all went through finally.
Okay. So, and how many do we have on the Chaucer?
None. They're all on the Miranda.
Okay, and we were previously able to arm the shuttles on the Chaucer with the stuff we bought at Bullocks, right?
Correct, and that's because those phasers can't be traced back to Fed.
Right, okay. And let me look. The Chaucer has 10 shuttles.
Yep.
4 Type 15s, 4 Type 6s, and 2 Type 7s.
Yep.
Okay.
So you got plenty of stuff to go rolling around with. Here's the old sheet. I need to try to find the copy of this thing because we did it up pretty neat.
Which one is that? Oh, for the assault shuttle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We had all their stats done. Like I said, I'm getting organized again. Now I just need to find all the soft copy stuff. Alright, so what I'm going to do is we have Thresher, Alpha Shuttle, Beta Shuttle. We have the Russell, Alpha Shuttle, Beta Shuttle. The Fletcher, Alpha Shuttle, Beta Shuttle. And then the Chaucer. How many of your little ones do you want to commit?
They should all be ready. We have Type 15s. Those are the little tiny 2-man shuttles.
Mm-hmm.
They should all be ready to go. The Type 6s are about the size of a TOS shuttle, a tad smaller. We have 4 of those. They should be ready to go. And we have 2 Type 7s. And they are, I think, just a little bit bigger than the Type 6s. They're just a more advanced version. So I'm assuming that the 7 is the most sturdy. So I'm going to make Dina's shuttle the command shuttle in one of those.
Okay. So who's going down on what? What you want to do there?
Dina will be in one of the Type 7s as the squadron leader. If it takes more crew to run the shuttle, we're just assigning Starfleet comm officers to the other shuttle. And whatever the crew is for a deployment, if they need 1 engineer ensign and 1 pilot ensign or something like that, with just Starfleet personnel.
I'm just getting this all statted up.
I just had a thought for this broadcast as I'm looking at everything. If we have an odd amount of people, I might have another Discord channel with just the ship in the photos, so we all look very even, instead of just having Guy like, bam.
Alright, let me give you what the planet layout looks like in the details. And let's see, we just want to do this.
While you're doing that, on the Chaucer, all on-duty personnel are to carry personal weapons. And they have the option at their discretion on or off duty, but senior staff always armed on and off duty.
Okay.
And shuttle crews will be armed.
Are we seeing extra security at critical points?
Yes.
Okay. So
Are we landing on the planet or keeping ourselves in orbit?
Well, we're not. I mean, I don't think the Chaucer is supposed to land.
No.
Miranda's.
We're just popping in like, hey.
Yeah, the ships are going to stay in orbit. We may send shuttles down and we may beam down.
Okay.
What are our instructions for contact? After this giant show of force?
You know what? Before we get there, I need to do a little research on the planet anyway, because that's a good question.
Okay.
Well, I'm going to hand you all the schematics. This is what the telemetry comes back on the planet and all the information that you have. I'm just getting this put together for you right now.
Okay. Stooslish, is your Ushan sharpened? Good.
Take them on.
There we go.
We're all ready for a fight. We're going to get there and there's going to be nothing there.
Are you guys still
Okay, I'm putting this into the chat,
very quiet.
so y'all can grab this.
That's good.
Uh-oh. We were unsupervised for a minute.
We have lost our GM!
Nate, can you
I
say
totally
something?
dropped out like a bad habit there. Sorry about that.
While you were gone, Summer Sun surrendered.
Let me try that again because I literally just hit the wrong thing when I went to drag and drop.
I was about to sing, no king, la 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 la.
Yeah, that was me just being dumb right there.
Hang on a second, you guys. I'm going to fix something so we can hear Nate, but I'm also going to block off like our entire chat list so that it looks semi-professional. Hang on. This is going to get interesting real fast. Alright, Nate.
Define interesting.
Can you say something, Nate?
Nate's not paying attention.
now? Can you hear me now?
Oh yeah, you're real low.
Say something one more time.
Is this something? Is it loud enough?
That's better. I just turned you up, so.
Input.
Is that a higher? Or are these these came through real low res?
I can make it better than that.
Yeah, I couldn't even read them.
Not read it.
I couldn't.
Sorry, guys.
Okay,
I'm not letting
fixing.
you-
1 moment. This is probably going to be the exact opposite of that JPEG. Probably going to be something. Yeah, this one's 2 meg, so this one's probably going to be pretty good. I don't know if you guys can do it TIFF or not. We'll find out.
I should be able to. I guess we'll know in a minute.
That should be nice and high res.
When you guys can see the thing.
Let me know if that one worked for you.
Yep, I can work with that.
Okay. I got a PDF of it too, so let me just sling. I'll sling the PDF over. I'm just giving all the different file formats so Chelsea has what she needs to.
It's loading.
So this is the Badlands planet Blazon 1B, as in
Mhm.
Bravo.
Thanks, Joe.
Some folks may recognize this from the old GURPS planetary atlases.
Nitrogen, oxygen, others. 21%. Is the atmosphere safe to breathe?
No, barely. Remember, you're going to need most likely at least some kind of respirator.
We don't need full pressure suits, just something to augment,
Correct.
just like a breather mask.
Yep. That's why most of the stuff are the underground domes that you see there. I think you got a full dossier on this at some point in time
Maybe.
when we were writing all those up.
I took some notes, but I've never seen this page before.
Okay.
Various life forms by the Peace Committee.
The Peace Committee.
Toxic vegetation. Acidic rain and oceans.
Uh-huh.
No swimming on the beach, guys.
This is not Risa.
I hate this.
No, it
planet.
is not. Okay, and this is the only one you... Oh, there's Badlands PDF. Okay.
So I guess that means
All right.
environmentals for all the Makos. Yeah.
Yeah, here we go. This is a good overview. I'm just going to put this into the chat as well. I think it's pretty decent.
I don't know if people can see that. Should I read it aloud?
Sure, go ahead and give it some flourish.
The hellhole known as Badlands is a gigantic moon circling in a distant orbit around the only planet in the Blazon system, a massive gas giant called Gojira.
Oh, really?
Oh, really?
Badlands is about as hostile as a world can get and still be nominally happy. The heat from its blue giant primary, plus that from the turbulent gas giant it circles, makes Badlands hellishly hot, barely within tolerable limits for humans. Coupled with its thick, corrosive atmosphere and boiling nitric acid seas, Badlands is hardly the type of world anyone would wish to claim, much less settle. But Badlands is adequate for what it has become, a free sanctuary world, a no-man's land among the stars, passed up by the early waves of colonists and cast aside by survey as worthless. And And just as a note, if you take a look at this, the average low temperature is 107 Fahrenheit. I hope that's Fahrenheit.
Ew.
The average temperature is 125, and the average high is 152. So very hot.
Yeah, so you're going to need some maybe personal force fields to be nice and cozy, or just some good Bermuda shorts and some sunscreen.
And everybody needs to stay very hydrated.
I'm gonna recommend that we keep the ship maybe further out of atmosphere if it's corrosive.
Yeah, we're not going in atmosphere.
Okay.
So, if I recall, Dustin, there are 2 spaceports.
Yep, and they're on the map. They are listed as 1 and 2. They are detailed in there. We've got
1 is right here.
Yep.
And 2 is over here. And one of them has been purchased by Summer Sun. Was that 1 or 2?
That's where the let me get into there. We've got the organization property. That's the private dome. That's the one that's been purchased. Number 2.
Number 2 over here.
Yep.
Okay, and tell me about number 1.
Number 1 seems this is where we get into what your probe is saying. It looks like number 1 has a high volatility of, it looks like some kind of EMP that's hitting it from a ship in orbit. So they're subjugating that one.
They're having a bad day, are they?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And do we have information in any of the databases we got from Byte or from Starfleet who might have been in charge of number 1, number 2, or what kind of authority there might be on the planet before Summer Sun?
Yeah, let me get you that information. Let me see if you've got this. Let me check. Control. And processing, 1 moment. If you guys need to talk amongst yourselves to determine, if you want to try to take care of the ship, if you're going down, if you're open hailing frequencies, all that fun stuff.
Well, it depends on how bad the EMP has screwed up number 1, because that's who I want to make contact with. I have a feeling
probably enough of an EMP to make communications not functioning. Think of it as a electromagnetic blockade. So no one can beam up and down, no communications are coming out of there, and they probably have their power system kind of subjugated.
Luna and Vinka, I need the 2 of you to work on ways to get around that so that we can beam in and out, or force communications through it. I mean, obviously, one way is to knock out the ship that's doing it, but I'd prefer to do it without overtly hostile action. So see if we can find a way to bypass that as we're approaching.
Communications is going to be a lot easier than beaming, because,
Okay, we'll work on both.
The failure, it doesn't kill people if it fails.
Right. Work on both. But communications is good, because if they submit an official request for aid, we have already accomplished half of our goal, although that will escalate things.
I'm going to mute myself and turn off my camera a moment because I need to go into a book that I don't want you to know that I'm going into. So I'll be right back.
Done.
Continue chit-chatting with yourself. I can still hear.
Alright, well, I guess. Is Vinky even here today?
Yeah. Vinka is Nate. Or, I'm sorry, Vinka is Hunter.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Let's work on that communications thing.
You can have the services also of our science officer if you like. I don't know if I have a character sheet. I don't think I have. I'll look though.
An actual communications officer too?
Yes, you can have her services as well. You know what I'll do is I will just post both character sheets in the chat. That's why do I have that?
We meet again, Vinka.
All right.
Except you're muted, so there's that little problem.
So Commander Turleson is your communications officer, and she is cleared for all intelligence matters. Our science officer is... Oh, I'll have to find her. She's a brand new ensign straight out of Starfleet Academy.
Oh, is she your new baby?
Yeah. I may not have even made a character sheet.
So I'm guessing we probably shouldn't let her in on all of the weird secrets.
So, if we want, I could move over and be the science officer with my current condition.
I fought hard to get a science officer from Starfleet. But you, behind the scenes, so on paper, she's the science officer. And you had been kind of acting science officer, and you still will more or less acting science officer. I'll tell you who she is in just a second.
I mean, you're just barely pregnant. It's not that much of a condition.
She would know.
It will be eventually.
Yes. It's a growing problem.
She's not wrong. But you're probably not even showing at this point. You're only about 6 weeks.
Yeah, he's relatively healthy, so we're okay for now. I just say no strenuous activity that can raise the blood pressure too high.
Wow, did I not put her into...
Would it be really terrible if I called this one a real alien baby?
Alien baby? What? We don't have any alien babies.
I mean, we do. It's just they're not aliens to the race that actually is carrying them.
That stuff doesn't happen on our watch.
No, it's never happened, ever, in the history of things.
Alright, any other questions for me now that I've done the research? You needed a possible head of that location. And let me grab this again. Let's see. So the head of that besieged is one of the few, very few Orions in this area because they don't operate here. But this guy ventured out a long time ago, and his name is Tali Than. Tali, first name, Lithan, last name, Lithan.
Okay.
He is 88 years old, and was one of the original kind of brokers of the area. And it looks like Summer Sun has finally taken out some of their last competition.
So the Lathan's spaceport is intact. It's just sort of blockaded with this EMP.
Correct.
All right.
Can we try to find the source of the EMP?
I assume that's one of the Summer Sun ships in orbit.
It is. It's very similar to what had captured the Creel.
How many? Can you give me a tactical breakdown on the ships in orbit?
Go ahead and Luna, roll me to see if you're getting good telemetry or if it's going to get blocked. So you want to roll low.
Well,
We're going to be doing it as. Let's see here. Working.
Who's rolling?
I am.
Is going to be presence and security.
Security!
Okay, so
That's the die roll on the presence and security.
I don't know if you can hear me now, or if it just took out my microphone again.
I can hear you now, yeah.
Yeah, we saw an 8 and a 1.
Yep. Unfortunately, I mean, my presence and security is only an 11 combined, but that's still under.
Yeah, but the 1's gold.
That's why I had
one is the 2 successes.
Yep. All right. So you're going to have 6 Summer Sun ships in orbit, plus the one putting down the EMP. So 7 total. The 6 are in an orbit that allows for that hemisphere to be covered if any ships were to try to come up. Or go down.
And these are the same type as the ones that captured the Creole, so 2 of these is equivalent to 1 Chaucer.
It is.
Ooh.
So
Okay.
they have 3 Chaucers. Okay. So we're
close.
ballpark of evenly matched.
Yeah, when you whip out all the assault shuttles and everything out, it'd be one hell of a Donnybrook.
Okay. Are we getting telemetry on troops on the ground?
No, EMP is preventing any kind of information like that for your probe, at least as far as basically it's like a horizon line. It's a 60-mile radius where it's blasting that. You and the other side of the planet is where their establishment is. So they can always do site to site from one side of the planet to another with one ship as a relay.
Okay. And how
Because
far?
16,000 miles is what you can be.
How far is it between those 2? If they moved across the ground, how far?
Oh, it's pretty far. It's got the scale on that map.
Scale. Oh, 300 miles is a hex. Okay, it's big. So this is a big.
It's a big moon.
Okay, gotcha.
No moon.
Is there a way to tactically use the probe or a probe to disable whatever's causing the EMP without doing any other damage to that ship?
If you want to try to fly a probe as a drone to hit the EMP emitter, you can do that, but don't know how good you are at flying a drone probe.
And that's the direct attack on the ship. It
is.
We're not ready to deploy that option yet. I don't know how much you picked up on this, Dustin, but I assigned Luna's Masath and Hunter's Vinka and Commander Turleson and Ensign Hokika Orova, the brand new science officer we have, to work on a way to get around that. And I gave Luna a stock science officer character sheet just in the chat, if that's all okay with you.
Sounds good.
What about... There's some way we can try to... And this is something that Vinka can help me with, hopefully, as well as the two. Create, like, a counter signal to kind of neutralize that.
That is what you should be working on.
It could be another probe that literally can block that out.
Yeah, I think that's what we need to work on. What do you think, Vinka?
Yeah, just a way to nullify it entirely would be probably the best thing we could do.
Yeah. We should definitely get some people who are good at math on that. We're better at building things than I am.
You could build something that does like when you're looking at a laser, you put a mirror in front of it, reflect it back.
That's kind of my goal. I've got the concept down, we just don't want me building it.
Well, use the people I gave you.
Yeah, that's what I think we'll be working on, Dustin. Just let me know when you need.
I can't build it, but I can probably figure out what we need it to do.
Well, go ahead and roll that science officer and see if you guys need an assist.
Why don't you do that, Hunter? Because I've done a lot today.
Cool.
And Luna, you're also a department head, so you can call on other people in engineering if you need.
Yeah. We'll get a majority of the trusted section of engineering on that. I don't want the people who might be the saboteurs involved.
I mean, we're always scanning for phase variants, right? Just in case.
Yes, and we did that before we left. Dustin?
Yeah, you can have that as a constant.
I mean, because that's something we set our security team to do at all times.
Yeah, we have, but chances are if the saboteur come over with a couple other people, that it's been more than 6 months.
But considering how paranoid between me and the captain are, since we share our mind, I think we always put it that we're actively scanning for any phase variants on the ship in particular, just so that we can take care of it if we need to, especially with security on board.
Always is, but while we're on this mission, so are the other ships in the task force.
Yeah, it's just the people that we're specifically looking for, I think we thought had been here at least 6 months. So
yeah, it's because
they're not going to have
new
a
task
variant.
force.
And that's the one problem. So that's why I'm not going to add any of the people that were from the station that I don't know to this.
Okay.
What I'm doing is I'm taking these ships and trying to get them into a better format for you to work your task force there. If you need to come in with reinforcements or start screaming for help. So
What type of role do I need to make to figure out what we need to do?
what is the character sheet? The stock science PDF. Let me pull that up. And we're looking at...
Oh, we're doing a stock one, so this won't be Venka's sheet.
No. This is going to be insight. Actually, no, let's do daring. Daring and engineering. So, Ted.
Daring in engineering or daring in science? To figure out what it needs to do.
And engineering. To try to redo the EMP. Because you know what an EMP is. They know what an EMP is. they need to do some engineering to figure out how to stop this type of EMP. They're not trying to discover what it is.
Can I assist?
Let's see how they roll and determine if we want to do a momentum spend from the group or from yourself.
Currently, a nothing. 14 and 11.
Yeah, let's see. So no, they missed it. Go ahead and give me a roll then for yourself. What are you saw it was going to be daring and engineering. Sell me on what you think it needs to be from yourself.
I think it needs to be me stumbling upon something, because with daring and engineering, I've got nothing.
What, you got, like a 10?
Yeah.
Alright, go for it. I'll always give you a roll.
2 successes.
What did you end up with?
5 and a 7.
Not bad.
Alright, let's see. Yeah, they're not too complex. So, you think you got an idea of how to send a probe in there that will act like a mirror?
Prepare that probe.
Alright, let's say that you're 3 hours out. That probe will go just fast enough to get there about a half an hour before you would. I'm going to roll real quick to see if they figure out that other probe.
I want to launch the probe so that it arrives like 1 minute before we do.
Oh, that's fine. You can say I rolled that 20, so you're good to go.
Okay. Vinka, you be ready, because the first thing you're going to do when we get here is we're going to activate that probe and open a channel with this Orion Tally Lathan, or whoever's in charge down there, and just let them know we're here. And
Perfect. I'll be ready.
And be prepared for them to make a request for aid. Okay. Thushlis, are you ready to deploy either through shuttles or transporter your Mako team, and probably supported by some Starfleet security people?
Yes, sir. We're ready to go.
And we're ready in case it's medical emergency or engineering teams we need to deploy as well? Okay.
We have engineers and medical team in my squad, so we'll be ready to go. And we'll just we'll clear it and let you know when the Starfleet people can come.
I've not taken any of the field medics, so they'll have all their normal field medics available to them.
Good. Medical's going to need to be prepared to run both sick bays and deploy field medical teams to any emergencies on the surface. And engineering is going to need to be ready to deploy engineering teams to the surface if they ask for some kind of engineering aid. Okay? And Vinka, we're not going to openly say, do you want us to help you? But give him absolutely every opportunity to make the request.
Dustin,
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna keep scanning once we're close, and that EMP's in the EMP mirrors, and to see if it's stable enough to do to beam down, or if we're gonna need to do shuttles.
Good plan.
Because if that thing turns off, then beaming is clearly out.
You know what? Let's see if we have time to, what we can do to make sure the shuttles don't crash if they get hit by that EMP, that we'll still be able to fly them. To shield them in some way.
EMP, to be able to put down suppression of 60 miles, will turn off a shuttle like a light switch.
And we're not going to be able to shield them, are we?
You may, depending on shield harmonics, if you figure out what the wavelength of the EMP is.
Let's work on that. I hope we have the wavelength at this point.
Do we have captains that are good enough to fly without that kind of assistance? Because I don't want to recent Star Wars them.
Shuttlecraft have to at least have some kind of power. This EMP This is a true straight up pirate weapon to knock out EMP like this.
Right. And these shuttles don't have wings, so you can't manually fly anyway. It's a lead brick is fall.
Yeah, everything, all the, because once you get into the atmosphere, the maneuvering thrusters aren't going to do anything.
In that case, are we ready to beam, and are our engineers ready to beam any pilots who are affected by that EMP blast and shut down aboard immediately to save their lives?
If you want to try some J.J. Abrams style beaming, we can always make rolls.
We can try that, but the problem is once that thing's turned on, the beaming is going to be just as hard as the power.
So what's our backup plan?
Second mirror then, in case I need to deploy it if they take this one out.
Great. Do so.
So
Good thinking.
Yeah. Always make a second one in case you break the first.
I don't think we're going to break the first, but it might get broken.
I had an academy instructor that told me if you have 1, you have 0. If you have 2, you have 1.
What was that, Nate?
Right.
So maybe I should make 3.
Amplifier on their suits so that they can be found a lot easier through sensors, so that they can be attached with the tractor beams in case we get stuck.
This is a really odd thought, and maybe a terrible idea, but we had that technology to fairly instantly phase. If they end up in a problem, does that still exist right now?
It takes a long time to set up. And
Yeah, because
we're
it's
not authorized to do that.
Yeah, and you have to use those transporter enhancers, which need to be actually at the location and set up in order to do that crazy stuff.
Okay.
And we also don't want to reveal to anybody, including our own task force, that we know how to do that, or that that's even a thing.
Just blows their minds. They're like,
Now, as far as Nate's question is your own troops, yeah, you can set up tracking on their communicators that are blatantly a signal to track them specifically. That's not hard.
Will that tip Summer Sun be able to track them just as easily if we do that?
If they're digging for it, but that's the case with any kind of, communication intelligence like that.
Boots on the ground will have to make the decision whether to activate it or not.
what was that, Nate?
So basically, if we hear that the EMP is off, then we will act so that we can be found easier. But otherwise, we'll just keep it normal. Plus, the Makos will be fine on this planet for as long as you need us. We'll turn into gorillas and kill them all if we need to.
That's the spirit, non-Starfleet humans.
I'm more concerned about the falling out of the sky part.
Give us, make us parachutes.
Sure.
Parachutes will not work in the acidic atmosphere. I will save you guys right now for making that error. Some of them got, no, that's a bad idea.
Also, parachutes don't tend to work from suborbital.
We just deploy them when we get close. Fair.
Let's do what we can to shield our capital ships from that EMP as well. Spread that information throughout the fleet and tell every ship to prepare not only to protect their shuttles, but the main ship from EMP attack.
Yours is going to be easy with the main deflector dish. The Reliance aren't going to have it as easy with their little bubble deflector on the top.
Tell them to prep the best they can.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll feed them all the data we can for that.
The Chaucer can almost clear the way with its deflector dish.
Okay, and we'll communicate that to the other captains. And if we need to, use the Chaucer as a shield.
Mm-hmm.
Put the Chaucer between them and that ship.
Yeah, an EMP battering ram.
And can I assume correctly that the other 6 ships don't have the EMP?
That's a hard assumption to make, but it doesn't look like the formation is set up to do that.
The formation suggests it, but we don't have enough telemetry to actually scan the ships.
Correct. What did you have, Nate? You had something else you got talked over.
Can we get onto that ship and disable it manually from the outside of their ship?
That is an option we should be prepared for.
And that's why he's security.
But direct aggressive action is not our first option.
Fair enough.
Remember, Jameson did say, to carry a big stick.
I have it. Well, that's my big stick is the Makos and the Chaucer. I'm carrying it. I don't want to swing it first thing. If I have to hit somebody, I will.
At what point are we authorized to take out the EMP transmitter?
I think, if I understand my orders from Jameson, at the point that I decide it's necessary.
Okay.
So the Makos can build a rules of engagement that is an advisement to you.
If you're going to the surface, I don't know if you are, please have your first officer know exactly when that is, because we won't be able to hear you at that point.
Yes, if I go to the surface, I will almost certainly be leaving Tessera in command of the Chaucer and the task force.
Okay.
But I don't. We'll see what develops. You know what? Let's also have some relief supplies,
I might actually
food and
suggest
medical
that you
supplies
might not
ready
do
to beam
that.
down. What's that?
I might suggest that you might not want to do that.
That I might not want to be the one to beam down?
Yes.
You're probably right. I should. Well,
You're
certainly right.
a ranked flag officer.
Yeah.
I am willing to bet that there is at least one regulation against that.
I'm sure there is.
I don't know. I've seen enough TOS to know that somehow the people in charge go on every little mission.
I don't know that Kirk was a big regulations kind of guy.
No.
And that was a different era. That was cowboy fleet.
Well, like, who is Hashimoto's, like, captain crush?
I would say he's a little more like Picard, because they were classmates at the academy, and they're contemporary captains, and it's a contemporary environment.
And that's why he gets in so much trouble.
Yeah. The Starfleet of Kirk and the Starfleet of Picard are very different fleets, because the environments are very different.
Right. I just, if you were going to go on the away mission for some unknown reason, I was going to potentially advise against it.
Hashimoto usually goes even though we tell him not to.
He's not good at staying back.
He's real bad at it, even when he gets yelled at by his doctor in his own mind.
Yeah.
We've tried.
But he's been yelled at before. I mean, it's not like he's not used to it.
I don't know when I ended up being a cross between, like, your confidant and your mother.
Yeah.
I think Hashimoto just admitted to being a cat.
To being a cat? There are some cat-like elements there to Hashimoto, yeah. I'm not supposed to do this. Oh, look at that pretty vase you have.
There are things on the countertop. I should not push them off. Poof. There are more things on the countertop. I should not push them off. Poof.
I didn't just do that. Who are you talking about? Yeah.
The admirals are well versed in Hashimoto. This is what you absolutely cannot do.
Right.
Or you're really gonna lose everything.
And then he's like, so that's the thing I should do, right?
Oh, they said don't go into the mirror universe. Don't go. That means we should go.
You never went, sir.
I didn't make it.
It's only because you were stuck in an orb at the time.
That's true. But the orb was in the universe. I was
had
in the
to
orb.
go get you.
Yeah, Tasara's the one who actually had to breach the veil.
Yes.
Poor Chisara. Jesus, that was a hot mess.
And then you lost a Synboy to the orb in the mirror universe.
Well, there's a change in Hashimoto. He is less of a practical joker and less mirthful since then.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I just wanted to fill those in for you.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I didn't say not mirthful. I
Perhaps
said less.
one could argue that I have become more of a practical joker.
Yes. So Sarah's sense of humor has grown.
Poor Tessera.
We're a bad influence.
She was like, I've had 2 kids. What could be worse?
Oh, wait, humans. All right.
That said, I am pretty good at this point in time in taking care of children who are errant.
Yes. And humans.
One could argue that they are one and the same.
I would not presume to debate you.
That is wise.
Yeah, I was waiting for that softball. Boom!
Actually, do we even have
All
any humans?
Yeah. Hashimoto is a human. And
That's it.
That's it?
That's it. Who's on the screen right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, you are now. You can be a minute out. You can be 15 minutes out. It is up to you. You have the, as Tesaro would put it, the tactical advantage.
So I want to get telemetry as it comes, information on what the ships are doing, whether their weapons are powered up, all of those things. Be monitoring communications because I'm sure they're going to see us coming. They should have about 10 minutes warning before we get there that we're coming, assuming they have standard 10 light year sensors.
I'm going to roll one more time for them to see if they destroy the probe.
I lied, actually.
They destroyed the probe.
Launch another one. Don't launch it, actually. Just have it ready.
Just like, screw it.
We have the EMP blocking probe on the way, and
Yeah.
we can launch. We can get another telemetry probe.
You
Yeah,
can
just have
get
another one
telemetry off the EMP blocking one if you give me an awesome die roll there, Luna. Go ahead and do it based off of... that is going to be control and engineering.
Oh, 14, so that's not bad.
Dustin, while she's rolling, I looked it up at Transwarp 7. They will see us 5 hours before we arrive, assuming they can see us at 10 light years.
Correct, but they don't like probes in their area.
Right.
I got a double 15.
Ouch.
So the probe's going to do as advised. It does not understand. You want me to multitask? What? I'm Windows 3.1. What are you talking about?
I'm gonna be honest, Hashimoto. If you want this to operate as an EMP probe, we don't want it doing anything else.
Okay, just have an extra probes ready when we get there, and we'll launch when we arrive. Or we'll launch them when we're like 30 seconds out or something.
I'm gonna share the schematics for these with the others, so they can have those ready as well.
That's brilliant. I'm giving you guys some momentum for that.
Yay, Luna!
Yay! Good job, Luna. I'd like to request a very brief bio break.
That sounds like a plan. We're at 9:27. Go ahead and hit the restrooms. Anyone who is in the motor pool who is not going to the restroom, how's the motor pool doing?
Guy was on the motor
I've been
pool.
keeping an eye on the motor pool. We had a couple of people joining in about 30 minutes ago, but they've been pretty quiet since then. So...
Yeah, see if the peanut gallery wants to weigh in on anything.
They did weigh in earlier. It was kind of funny.
I'm gonna run to the restroom. real quick
They got
as well.
over it in time. I'm going to actually take advantage of this as well.
Excellent.
I was wondering what they would have said.
Oh, they were discussing. What were they discussing? They were talking about putting the
If you
operative
need to go to the
on
restroom, I
ice.
can take a look at it.
Oh, he dead on ice. So
Mhm.
there's some cute stuff out there.
Okay, I'll roll up. Going out to the motor pool. So Nate, you thinking of you want boots on the ground, or you want to kick that ship in?
Depends on what's going on. I think the ship is more disabled at EMB. Then we can get everybody else out. I was thinking of doing it from the outside, just going onto the outside of their ship and disabling the EMP. So unless they send somebody outside to get me, good luck. We'll just physically cut it off.
Well, once the Commodore gets back, you may want to figure out a rules of engagement with him, so you could go off half-cocked if you have to. Because once again, you don't have to follow his chain of command.
I know. Well, I do report directly to him. Only him.
Only him, but once again, you can also go, hey, this is for the good of what we need done.
True.
Oh,
I have
man.
one of my Makos is actually an engineer who specializes in starship weaponry and stuff, so he would know how to disable that pretty quickly.
You're more than welcome to roll him if you guys get close and need to do something.
Yep. Well, I will, but I know Joe has the character sheet. So, but I just know I have one who's really good and one who's really good on everything else.
Oh my god.
What did you do?
Tyler is playing with the glitter stick and trying to roll it around his fingers like people did with pencils in grade school.
I do that with pens all the time.
Yeah, he does. That's fair. But still, like grade school.
I'm not trying.
You and I are both like potentially 5.
I'm doing very well, thank you. I'm not trying at all.
Oh, you're not trying. It's so easy. Whatever.
It is now. But
Nate, I've got rules of engagement for you if you're ready. Or do you want me to put them in text or?
you do it.
Go ahead and say it.
All right, so it's going to depend very heavily on whether or not, to a large degree, it's going to be your judgment. If we have an official request for aid, that totally changes. While we don't have an official request for aid, then basically you can defend yourself. Once we have a request for aid, then you are good to go to defend people who are from the organization that requested our aid. Does that work for you?
Sure. I'm
Okay.
also determining if I should go to the ship or to the ground. If I go to the ship, I can disable that EMP emitter from outside of their ship.
Well, if we end up in direct conflict, that is a possibility. But I think more likely what we're going to end up doing is that this Lithan is going to request aid, and we will probably be sending boots down to that spaceport on the ground to assist him. And then from there, we'll see what the Summer Sun does, whether they escalate to a conflict between the ships.
Fair. I was just thinking if we're flying down there, we could transport 2 people to the outside of that ship near that EMP emitter.
Right.
And they can just disable that EMP emitter completely.
I want to be ready to do that, but there's a big difference between helping the people on the planet and actually attacking the ship or invading the ship.
Sure. Well,
So we need to be prepared for both levels.
Right. I don't want them to be in the ship. That would be a lot. That'd be casualties. But if we go outside of the ship and disable it from the outside, we can do that, and then beam them back once that EMP is down.
Oh, you want to beam them in spacesuits to a position outside the ship and sabotage it from there with explosives. I like that. Have that option ready.
Or just disabling it, because my engineer on one of the teams is actually specialized in starship weaponry, and so the EMP emitter would fall under that, and he knows how to disable that.
Have that option ready.
Okay. Then he will have explosives with him.
Okay.
Yeah, you have that engineer character or some of that detail. I think you do on the different squads.
He is.
Yes, we have character sheets for all the Makos.
Yep.
Yeah. So that's I as a GM am like, yeah. I mean, if you can figure out a Mako engineer doing something.
Did you catch Nate's plan?
Yeah.
Okay, good. It looks like everybody's back.
Yep. We are at 9:34. If we end up going a little later tonight to like 11 or 11:30, is everyone good with that?
I'm okay.
Okay. Sweet.
Well, I don't know. All of us have to work early and get in rush hour.
Yeah.
I tend to work early,
Especially Hunter.
Mm-hmm.
I have an 8:45 meeting, but that's it. So.
Well, okay, that's not that bad.
I gotta be
It's
up
not
at
like
8.
we're doing afters, man, till 2 in the morning. Like, chill.
Yeah.
I am missing afters, though.
Oh, I'm so missing. I'm just missing eating out in restaurants, dude.
I'm missing getting out of my house.
I'm missing seeing you all in person, okay?
Yeah.
I've been doing DoorDash so I can see people, and people still don't want to see me.
Man, I'm
I
still
know. Every time I notice that you can order from DoorDash, it defaults to the instructions are to leave this and run as fast as possible, like there's a grenade behind you. And that's the default like order thing. You can't order a no, please come in and have a hug.
Yeah, they don't hug. They don't like it when you try to hug.
You really
I know,
shouldn't
it's
hug
weird.
them.
I
Don't
I
touch
went
it!
today at
You
one place,
where it's been.
they had the door open. They made me set the food down. You know, they had their big door open with just the screen door closed. They made me set the food down, and they're like, thank you, and they waited until I got into my car before they opened the door to their house to get their food. I was like, oh, okay.
You might kill them.
Masks and bandanas and hoodies up. I was like,
Our
There's a
neighbors
long
are
commute
elderly,
The bed to the
so
living room too.
like our neighbors get their groceries delivered, and it usually seems to be the same two people. They wear gloves, they wear masks, and they'll change out their gloves in the car. But they'll get out of the car, they'll take the groceries out, they'll set them up, they'll wipe them down for them, and then walk back into the car and change their gloves, like wipe their hands down with hand sanitizer, let them dry, put new gloves on, and then start driving. And then our neighbors, their daughter and her husband are in town, so they come out, they wipe them down again, and then pull them into the house, just in case.
Nice. My grocery store doesn't. They'll drop it on my front porch and leave, but they won't wipe it down for me.
Are you saying that they if you're lucky, they'll slow down?
Yeah, they just chuck it out the window as they drive by.
It's just like, it just seems like people understand when it's a situation like that, right? Like if you leave special instructions, because our neighbors have left special instructions to say like, hey, we're elderly and we're trying to be as cautious as possible, and they're like, oh yeah, we'll do that for you, we'll wipe everything down and it's totally fine. So
Very cool.
super
It
sweet.
felt pretty normal to me last night. I was driving in a snowstorm both ways to work, so.
I'm still mad that it snowed.
Hill?
Yes, totally. Well, I'm in the Carbon Valley now up here in Firestone, so yes, I do go uphill both ways.
Oh, you're in
is that
Firestone. I
what-
love Firestone. It's so gorgeous.
You've moved way north then, huh?
Yeah, I'm in Tim's basement.
Oh well, there's that.
Mm-hmm. And then I'm working at the Amazon distribution at 144th doing quality control.
Works.
we've only had 2 cases of COVID in the warehouse. It's okay.
That's not
Awesome to
bad.
hear.
No,
That's actually
Not
awesome to
warehouse?
hear.
not for 1,200 people.
Yeah.
I'm glad it's safe.
I don't, Luna, we can't hear you.
Nope.
How about now?
Yes.
There you go. There
Okay.
you are.
Is that Den 3 that you're working at?
Yes.
I have a friend who works there in single ship.
Yep. Yeah, I'm basically doing a leadership thing, so I've been having fun.
That's cool. Oh, what I was saying is, when you couldn't hear me, which explains why everyone was talking over me, I have a neighbor who keeps getting, like, delivery people. And yeah, sometimes, because I have a Ring camera, they'll, like, drop stuff at my door and go running, and I'm like, you didn't see the sign that said this is A and you need to go to B, didn't you? I haven't ordered anything. But, like, inevitably about 10 minutes later, I'm assuming when they get the whatever on the app, they'll come over, like, looking, and you see the guy, like, look, and he looks on my doorstep, and he comes and, like, picks it up, waves, and then walks away. It's happened multiple times. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, the cute one that I heard the other night was, how do you deal with a pizza delivered to the wrong house during this kind of time and getting that reset? Yeah, that's no fun.
You know what's really funny? At 2 in the morning, Amber had somebody ring her doorbell, which set all of her dogs off. It was DoorDash dropped McDonald's on her front porch. At 2 in the morning, she was in bed. The whole house was dark. She's like,
Somebody didn't get their McDonald's.
yeah, she's like, look, 40 chicken nuggets for no reason.
Now I'm thinking of the Baby Yoda with the chicken nuggies.
Oh, baby
Smart
Yoda.
enough to let mine stay on the porch till my neighbors come and pick it up. But yeah,
All right, so we had our bathroom break. We had our minor real life chit chat break, and we're now back on it. All right, Commodore, lead us in, sir.
As we approach, any new telemetry coming?
No, they are station keeping where they are at.
Okay. Are they weapons hot? Are they powered up? Do they have shields on?
Oh yeah. They're ready for anything.
We're going to go in with our shields up, but our weapons will be ready but not fully charged. So it's a defensive posture.
Okay.
What we want to do is, and when we're about, 15 seconds out of the system, launch that probe that's going to disrupt the EMP and open communications to the surface. See if we can talk to this Lathan guy. And that is going to be Vinka's job. Are you ready, Vinka? I'm ready. Everybody ready?
Yeah.
All right. We can come out of warp.
All right. So you come out of warp, and they are suppressing that location with the EMP. Is your probe that's going to try to stop the EMP, is it going in and trying to deflect that as you're coming in just before?
Yeah, basically I want that to detonate or activate like 1 second before we come out of.
All right. Let me see if they have any emergency countermeasures for something getting that close to the ship, because that will also inform the Makos about trying to get that close to the ship. With a 4 and a 12, they are aware of it, but cannot take it out. So they do have some point defense that tries to shoot at it. Let me go ahead and... Luna, go ahead and give me another roll on daring and security. Get that thing in the right place.
my 2 worst stats. Yeah, no.
How bad?
It was a 10, and I got a 16 and an 11.
The 11, I will have it glance off. So it works in theory. We will have you manically try to take it over as drone or hand it to someone who may be able to actually deal with it if you want to try to hand off the hot potato. Obviously, it's going to work. It just needs to get in the right place, and their point defense did not take it out.
Okay, so someone who has some drone piloting skills, do we have any of those people?
That's going to be Con and Troll.
Yep, con and control.
Mohinder Sankar can do that at a 12.
Kind and control I can do. It's the daring and security.
I will give you a con and control as your second roll because that first one, you're coming in hot and fast. Now you kind of at least go, oh, okay, left is right and right is left. So go ahead and give me another roll with control and con there.
Well, a 6 and a 9 is much better.
Oh, 6 and 9 is awesome. They'll get another, and I've got a 2 and a 15 here. So they're going to barely glance it with point defense. So the little mirror that could is like, but is deflecting EMP. So temporarily, it looks like generators down below, you can get it on sensors, are trying to now kick back on, and the town is trying to come back alive. It's probably only going to last about 30 seconds before they just move the ship and blanket the EMP again.
Vinka, you're on.
Okay.
You're muted.
You're muted.
In that 30 seconds, we're going to open some communication.
All right. Tuck, do your thing.
Wait, the diplomatic attaché is going to do his job instead of, like, screwing his way around?
Maybe.
Already pregnant.
That doesn't mean he can't impregnate someone else.
Hi, how's it going?
Let's just celebrate before his big scene. I mean...
Okay. Give me your presence and your command.
Oh, I just took your freaking sheet down. I should have kept it up. As soon as like, hello. Taking sheet down.
Dustin, while he's looking that up, I have Ulrika Turlson at the communications console.
That'll be an ace and a 19 for me.
You said
Yeah, I've got presence and command for you at a 15.
It's an ace and a 19 is what I rolled.
Ace and a 19. The ace will fly. What do you got for me there, Joe, real quick?
Ulrika Turlson is at communications just trying to keep signal open and doing what she can.
Okay. All right. We've got 2 6s. You are met with static.
You got the silent treatment. They left you on red.
Ulrika's going to try to boost the signal and punch through. Or make it more obvious. What is that? Control and con? Control and engineering?
Control and con.
Okay, that's a 10, but she does have a focus in subspace dynamic. So, well, it doesn't matter anyway. All right, here she goes. Hang on.
Mm-hmm.
That's 2 successes, actually.
All right. Let me see here. We got 2 15s. Okay, give me another roll there, Vinka, for your presence and command.
6 and a 15.
All right.
Which me are both passes.
Give me some role play again.
Hey, how's it going? It's Starfleet this time. How's it?
And you hear a raspy voice on the other side. You have no jurisdiction here.
Well, yeah, but we're just playing that. Seeing what's going on, seeing the world. How are you doing?
We're fine here. Everything's fine here.
Everything's fine here.
Ask who you're talking to.
May I ask who this?
New phone, who dis?
I can't talk right now. I'm in the middle of a siege.
We lost you. We didn't hear
I got hung up on. They're in a siege, I think. I don't think it's very good down there.
Are we able to confirm that we were talking to the surface?
You're talking to the ship. The ship is in the middle of a siege. They're very busy.
The ship answered us, not the...
Correct. The ship answered.
We're not currently receiving calls right now. If you would like to leave a message, press star.
Let's deploy some...
a little more.
Let me check the probe. Are you going to try to hit the planet again before we...
We'll make one more try to get through to the planet, and then we're going to put some boots down there.
Okay. Go ahead and... I've got a 15 and 11, so your probe's going to do fine. They can't do anything against it right now. They're busy.
Right.
Go ahead and try to say hello again to the planet.
Do I need to roll again for that?
No. Just give me some roleplay.
Hello. Is this the planet? This is Starfleet. How are you doing? To speak to an officer, press 1.
Oh, I love it. And, yeah, we got a 2. So, the planet's like, Starfleet, help us. We're in desperate need.
Perfect. You got a request for help.
If that wasn't the most Star Wars thing with the help me Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're my only hope.
I'm going to try to...
admit, I did not expect that outcome.
I'm not surprised. Are we able to transport safely right now?
You have about 8 seconds.
All right, Nate, Vinka, you two are deploying down to the surface with Makos and try to do what you can for them and establish diplomatic relations. Okay, that's our first priority. You guys beam, go.
You're beaming down. Go ahead and roll some. Both Hunter and Nate there. Go ahead and roll daring and security.
So I'm putting on Hunter's sheet first.
A 20 and a 15 for me is what I rolled.
Right.
Do we need anything from Rod Judith, or are you good with
Can
that?
I try to assist him?
Yeah,
on,
Nate
guys.
just got talked right over.
11 and a 14, 2 successes.
Okay. So, yeah, and you missed both of yours, right, Vinka?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Terribly.
yeah. Terribly. So,
Teleporter miscarriage.
it's not, I don't think it's going to be quite that bad.
Are we reenacting the plot?
Oh, Luna, you're going to need to give them an assist. Vinka may be in a bulkhead.
Rod Judith is going to be on the transport.
What are my skills, or do you just want me to roll?
Go ahead and do daring and science. Because you're trying to pull them out of the bulkhead and be daring about it.
I'm not great at daring, but... Oh, actually, I'm fine. A 3 and a 4?
There you go. So, Vinka, you thought you were in a bulkhead, and you probably were. So, you're back. Everything's okay now, and you may want to go check yourself at the lavatory. Now,
Yeah, get down to
you are
medical,
down
like,
on the
now.
planet. Mm-hmm.
I am there.
I'm going to set
Okay.
up a series of security personnel in one of the alternate transporter rooms just in case they need backup.
Nate, what do you have for anti-EMP? Yeah, you didn't think about that. You have now beamed down and your equipment is done.
I sent them the schematics, though.
Yeah, and you're beamed down. It's just you're in a building that's dark with emergency backup battery lights, and all of your stuff is not working down there.
That's fine. We have knives.
You get a momentum for that answer. All right.
It's better than pirates with weapons.
Okay.
Do we want to try sending the diplomat again?
Take out your command books here and the skirmish stuff. All right.
It begins on 106 in your command book.
Yep. And what I'm looking at is we're going to go a player's turn, starting with player initiative. It is page 8 in the rules off of the Drive-Thru RPG.
Is it titled Sequence of Play?
It's right after Momentum.
So do we all need to roll initiative?
They're
No,
organized.
just Nate at this point in time.
Gotcha. Guy, you're muted, so whatever you said was not heard.
That's true. I was saying, can you find this in the core rule book at some point?
It's not in the core rule book because they did not have skirmish rules until the command book and this free thing on Drive-Thru RPG.
Was that the errata?
No, it's not even the errata. They realized that we sold miniatures and never gave you any indication on how to actually use them in a tactical situation.
Okay.
Guy, it's in the
Luckily, I'm not in this fight, so I'm just going to go ahead and download that now.
It's
in the
yes.
chat.
Okay.
Yeah, it's free on Drive-Thru RPG for 0 bucks. It's going to be the skirmish rules for Star Trek Adventures Red Alert, and you'll find it right on Drive-Thru RPG.
I see it actually in the chat. I'll just move it to my Star Trek Adventures. By the way, I don't know if anybody else noticed, but the core rulebook was on sale for $5 on Drive-Thru RPG last week. Might still be today. Either way, I picked it up, and so I have a...
Yeah, and this one doesn't have any kind of Drive-Thru RPG watermarks or anything on it, the one that's chat, because it's free. So I'm looking at page 8, starting with player initiative. Players take in turns to activate one squad or a single character, performing the minor action. And handing the play to the player to do the same. Play continues and alternate just like the hot potato like normally. A unit may perform one minor action and one task in that order. Let's see, and I'm trying to find a nice list here. The momentum spends are the important part. They've got create opportunity, reroll damage, and keep initiative. Right now, we have 4 momentum spends and then 1 personally for you, Nate. So you can see the costs there. And then there's going to be no blocking terrain. You guys are going to be beaming into a hallway. They're not expecting you. Minor action, you've got aim and move. And prepare, take cover. And then you've got your tasks there. Are you seeing what I'm looking at on page 10?
Yes, sir.
All right. So then you got your attacks. At this point in time, it's not going to be opposed because you've got basically the initiative there. The unit attempts an opposed daring plus security task. You're going to get 1 free shot. You've got where you beamed in because of the schematics she gave you. You've got basically 2 guards down the hallway from you in front of a door, but you're on their right. Basically, you flanked them, and they don't see you in there.
Perfect. Then I will take out the first one.
So it's ranged attack, melee attack. Melee attack is daring plus security.
Well, it has to be melee. Our weapons are disabled, right?
Correct.
So it's knives only? Yay!
Yep.
Alright, let's see what I got here.
So stoked. Let me pull up his character sheet.
Vicious and deadly. So I just need to make my hit first. And that's a 9 and a 20, so I got one good one.
Since you got the 20, you didn't quite sneak up on him. I will do the opposed for the daring plus security for them. Let's see, we got a 15 and an 8. So both of you guys just clash knives together. He managed to whip it out, and he's got one. It's definitely not as pretty as yours. You've got that Klingon one that you're using?
Romulan. I have that.
Oh, that Romulan one. That's right.
Yep.
Okay, let me check an intimidation check just on the side thing here. Oh, yeah, that's, got a 20. He sees that Romulan knife, that's, I'm going to give you another attack. Go for it without spending a momentum, because that's weird.
So I got a 3 and an 11. So what's a 3 is what? Two successes?
Yeah, and so, if you need to get that dude in the jugular, you got...
Yep, done. So it's a vicious dagger.
The next guy's going to get an attack on you because he just saw you take out a friend. We got a 16 and a 4. Do your oppose now as a daring plus security.
He got me. I got a 12 and a 20, so he got me.
Oh, yeah, he got you good. All right, let's go ahead and just skip over attacks here. Resolving attack, target unit. Yep, roll damage. Let me see where we're at.
The weapons damage rating.
Yeah, I'm looking at, they've got all the knives and stuff back here. Let me see what we got.
Mine does 6.
It should be on the character sheets.
Yeah, mine's on there at 6, but I don't know what theirs does.
There's a knife, that Romulan knife was special.
Well, I think I did because it was basically vicious and deadly and blah.
Yeah, let's see, looking at setup.
So do I need to update the Romulan knife?
Well, it's at a 6.
I think that's a basic knife.
It should be one better than a basic knife.
So it should be a 7.
Yeah. And these guys are going to have 5s because they're not, they're just mercs. So that's their base damage. So we're rolling the black dice at this point in time. Let me go ahead and do that. So we got 5. We got 4 hits and that symbol again. So you're going to be grappled, and you took the 4 hits. What's your total level?
So my armor take 2 of it, because I have a resistance of 2.
Got it.
And then the other 2 I take, I have 15 stress, so.
Okay, so it wasn't too shabby, but he's got you in a grapple. So you're going to have to roll to get out of that grapple.
I have martial arts, he's going to be done.
I like it.
So.
Roll 3 dice for me.
Fitness and security, probably?
Yep.
So I probably fall down while I'm doing it, but I got a 2, a 2, and a 20, so I got 4 successes.
What? Between all the 20s going on here, are there banana peels in front of the store?
I know. It's like 2, 2, 20. I'm like, ah.
You're raining so much blood down that they just cannot keep their footing.
Yeah, I slipped on that other guy's blood.
All right, and he just got a 4 and a 5. So, yeah. Let me get you. You got a 2 on him though, right?
I got 2 2s.
2 2s. Go ahead and roll your damage. It's gonna be that 2 it twice.
And I'm doing
So 6 dice twice.
or knife damage.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. 2, 4, 6. So I got 2 damage and 3 of the symbol.
Okay, so that's going to help you out on getting your balance back for the... go ahead and do it just now as your martial arts.
Okay, let's see what martial arts does here. That would be like a hand-to-hand, so...
They've got a knockdown damage effect.
Yeah,
Piercing.
Operations, page 43. You have the operations book?
I do.
It says page 43. It describes martial arts. I don't have that book.
Okay, no problem. Let me grab... you got it handy there real quick, Joe? Because I just got it in the other room.
We need it right meow. Right meow.
Martial artist. There are countless forms and styles of hand-to-hand combat, and the character has mastered several. This character's unarmed strike attack gains the intense damage effect. If the character also has the mean right hook talent, then both damage effects apply. Where is useless?
Damage effects, we've got...
I may have already accounted for that.
I do not have the mean right hook.
I did not, because I didn't have enough space to do his hand-to-hand combat on his character sheet.
Yeah, I don't have it on there, so I don't know what hand-to-hand.
So you get the intense damage effect, which I will need to look up what that means.
Yes, you've gone off the basic rules, because...
Oh.
which totally makes sense for your character.
And
Your makeup.
my knife, when I stabbed him and I got those 3 effects, I did 3 additional damage with that, because that's what Vicious does.
That makes sense.
Yep. Vicious inflicts X additional damage for every effect.
178. Alright, I have intense damage effect when you're ready.
Yeah.
The attack is designed to inflict massive harm on the target, incapacitating them far more swiftly. The cost to avoid an injury caused by this weapon increases by 1 for each effect.
Okay. So what does a melee or hand-to-hand damage do? Normally.
I don't know.
Unarmed strike is a melee. It's a knockdown, non-lethal. I'm looking at page 15 of the Red Alert. And then knockdown. A model's knockdown prone for each effect roll. So if you roll those knockdowns, he's gonna drop.
Okay. So then with martial artist, does he take damage from those 2 then? Because it says it becomes lethal.
Yeah, we need to double check back to martial arts there, Joe.
all martial arts does is add the intense damage effects to the unarmed strike.
Right, which makes it lethal. Right?
I'm trying to find unarmed strike rules to decide that.
This is where everything is complicated.
Yeah, and unfortunately, unarmed strike isn't listed in the index.
Oh no!
Of course not.
Google it. I'm just kidding.
We've also got this resistance. Resistance is measured ability to shrug off damage using protective gear. Initiate resilience, recover. Static resistance is noted on a unit's profile as a numerical value. Yeah, deducted from the attack damage before the unit's stress. You had 2 armor, right?
Correct. That's
Yeah.
what my resistance was.
Yeah, granting either 1 or 2 points of resistance with each attack. So yeah, it's a true damage resistance. Okay. Resistance may mean that a successful attack actually inflicts no damage at all. Okay. I'm just trying to determine basically if his unarmed martial arts could ever go to lethal in this game.
That is a question, yeah, because you could, in real life, be lethal. And if they're going to call it martial arts.
Most other-
Yeah, Kirk Fu was definitely lethal. You know, I mean, this right here, when you hit someone in the back, I learned from TOS that like, just kills people.
Can confirm. Definitely.
Good to know.
I always love the karate chop to the clavicle, which hurts like a mother.
How big of a squad do you have down there? Just you?
I have 2 squads of. I have like 22 of us down here.
Each model in a squad has stress equal to the squad's security discipline +1. Let's see, security discipline. Number of models 7 to 10. Default task roll. Squad bonus dice. Strength in numbers. Squad gains bonus d20s and both challenge die to their task and damage rolls based off their current head count. So that's if we actually, right now we're in man-to-man, but if we go into squad tactics, they actually have squad tactics in here.
Yep.
Let's see. Give me a roll, Luna, to see if you can block that EMP, because I'm going to see if Nate's going to be able to get a tricorder popping up.
Okay. What's my target?
At this time, you now have control and engineering.
Oh, nice. 15. And I got a 9 and a 6.
Excellent. So the EMP has gone back down. Minka, if you want to try to beam down, you can. And Nate, you're going to have a tricorder here in just a second that will give you a layout once you subdue this guy of how many squads and kind of a vital sign layout of the area.
It was actually probably good that Dinka didn't make it the first time because, you know, then he would have been attacked too.
Yes. Like, oh no, could have been bad.
I mean,
Is
you're my
Vinka
baby
going down by
dad.
himself, or is he going down with any security personnel? If so, can I send a couple of my people with him?
Well, he came with me, I thought, right?
Oh, I thought
Yeah,
he was
he-
a door.
You screwed up.
Failed to come with you.
Right, that's my thought. Is I thought, didn't we retrieve him? and pull him back, or did we?
Yeah, I was brought back.
You pulled him back out of a bulkhead in the ship.
Right. So if he's going back down again, then can I put some of my people with him?
Do you want to mix commands down there, Nate? I mean, you can't really decide against him. It would be, you can take him down there, but then you have two different command controls down there.
That's all right. They will be in complete control of the Makos.
They've been training with us. They're fine. All the security people have been training. They know.
I'm just thinking
go ahead and roll a D.
him down by himself. If he ends up in the wrong spot, I'd rather he had a couple of people with him.
Go ahead and roll a D20 for me. -8.
For Nate or Guy?
Guy.
-8. I rolled a 9.
You rolled 9, so we'll give you 3.
Fair.
It
That
basically
works.
does not change the fact that martial arts is not lethal. So the guy's just unconscious.
Hit us with those unarmed strike rules.
Okay, so unarmed strike appears on page 193 of the rules, and all it really says is every character can make an unarmed strike, strike with fists, knees, elbows, blah, 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 using brute force without a weapon. And then it says various martial arts used. There's no other text that I can find relating to it, but in the damage weapons table on 193, the type is melee. It's 1 damage plus your security rating is how many damage dice you, and it does non-lethal damage.
Okay, so 1 plus my security.
Yes, and then you can attempt to make a lethal attack, but that increases the difficulty of the attack by 1.
Oh, well, we're gonna do that. That's easy. 1 plus 5. So I still do 6 dice with my unarmed strike.
The difficulty is your D20 roll. You have to have an extra success.
I had 4.
He did.
Okay, all right.
4, 5. I got 5 damage and 2 effects.
And the knockdown effects are going to be what we're caring about. I'm going to double check here on his opposition. Yeah, an 18 and a 9. So you got him down.
Okay. So I immobilized him. Cool.
And you took a little bit of damage, but it's only a flesh wound.
Yeah, it's nothing. Blood is awesome. So I took 2 points.
You smell that iron and it just gets you going.
Yep.
It's like you're a combat aphrodisiac.
Took out the hallway, so cleaned out the hallway.
Yeah. The hallway's a little slippery. You just put a slippery when wet sign down. What's amazing is there's a janitor's card on a lev right there. Looks like they're cleaning up before they got ambushed. So it's really nice. It is.
Nice.
They were ready for you.
It's just the classy thing to do. You just boop, and there's a slippery when wet sign, and you'll walk down the hallway.
That's awesome.
So now that you just took out 2 guards, I have a question. Were they local guards or were they Summer Sun people?
They were definitely Summer Sun. They were guarding a doorway there that looks like it was supposed to be to basically mayor's chambers.
Gotcha. Okay.
Perfect. Let's get this door open.
Now, am I coming down in?
No, you are not going down to the planet.
Yeah, he is.
He is 6 weeks pregnant.
That's what
You know what? That's a good point. Sorry, Vinka.
You already just transported him into a bulkhead. Now you're not going to let him...
That's exactly why I'm not going to let him down. Gotta save the baby data.
That means the diplomacy is your problem there, Mako Commander.
All right, let's do this. I'll get that door open, and I'll diplomat this crap like crazy.
I'll diplomat this crap is going to be written on your gravestone.
Dude, that was the line of the night.
I will tattoo that on your butt.
I'm just imagining him trying to, like, judge Dredd as a diplomat.
Yeah, I think I'm doing pretty good. I have a 10 presence and a 5. I can do that.
He'll be fine.
It's just a different type of diplomacy.
Alright, so you go into, try going to that door. It's locked.
Okay, we'll get those engineers in there to get that opened.
The EMP is back open for you temporarily because of the satellite. Roll one of your engineers, see how they do.
Joe, do you have the stats for those?
Yes. You want me to post them? Or just look it up?
To roll.
Okay.
I've got an opposed roll here that lock on 18 and a 2.
Well, all I have to do is get 2 successes and we'll be good.
Pavari.
It's most likely welded from the inside. They have taken over the whole control thing there.
Oh, nice.
Pavari was just passed. Alright, what are we looking for here?
What do you want him to roll?
Engineering to get through that door. So I'm thinking it's going to be an insight and a security. So not an engineering.
Okay, that is using Pavar, who is in Squad 1, with a mechanical engineering focus if it helps.
Totally.
Say again?
It totally does. So we're going to give 1 success for that. We just need to roll another success.
Okay.
And 2 successes would be fantastic because then you can take control of the door.
I will gladly take the 1 success, but what the focuses are supposed to do in the rules is anything that rolls under his security is a 2 successes.
Oh, okay. Go ahead and do it.
Okay. Do you want me to roll it or you want Nate?
Go ahead, Joe. You have it.
All right, hold on a second. Go away. All right, we're looking for under a 15. And that is 2 successes.
All right. It's not under his security, though.
It's not under his security.
That would be 4 successes if he did on here, or 3
Yes.
successes.
Any die that rolls under his security would give him 2 successes, but his security is 5, and the lowest die was an 8. Both of those succeed, though.
All right. Go ahead and roll the exact same thing again. Do not get a failure for the booby trap.
Okay. A 4 is under, so that's 2 successes, but he's also got the 20.
Wow. You had to get a 20 in there, didn't you? Yeah, looking for Nate. You had to get a 20 in there.
I'm scared.
All right, so let me roll the damage on the booby trap.
It's those banana peels, I'm telling you.
All right, so we've got 3 damage and 2 effects. It's going to push you guys back into the bulkhead. You've got a damage resistance of 2 there, Nate, so you only take 1. And lots of smoke and stuff. Everyone else is okay. It could have been a lot worse. That 2 was good.
The damage dealer of the night is Bulkheads.
Since he was the one doing this?
Wouldn't it go to the the guy who's actually doing the thing?
Oh yeah, he got the same amount.
Okay.
So we each took 2?
Yeah.
Or 1, you said.
Well, you each took 1 because you have the DR of 2 for your ballistics.
So I've taken a total of 3.
Yep, and he's taken 1. He's a little more embarrassed than anything else that he didn't figure out that it was booby trapped.
Yep. You should be.
All right. I marked 1 stress on Pavari, and he hangs his head in shame.
The rest of us can win.
All right, so as the dust clears, we will cut scene and go to the two ships that are breaking orbit and coming at the Chaucer.
Okay, our shields are already up. Vinka, this is your opportunity. Explain to them that we are responding to a request for aid.
So I'll open communication.
Mm-hmm. Do your Vinka.
Hi, Starfleet again. Probably figured we should let you know that we're on here. There was a request for aid from the planet. We're here. We're just trying to help.
Wow. With a 12 and a 19, the ships, you get actually that same gravelly voice from the ship who's got the EMP. You have no jurisdiction here. I think I made this perfectly clear.
They asked for help, so we're helping.
Once again, a request for help from them. They are not to be protected by the Federation. They are independent. They can take care of themselves. Thank you very much.
They asked for help.
How
What can I say? They
far
asked.
take that help? I have two ships incoming to your position.
Is that a threat?
I think there's some ships coming. That's
We're ready for
like,
them.
away from the phone.
They seem to be veering off from the Chaucer, and it looks like they're going towards the Russell.
What you doing?
We're ready for them. Power weapons up.
I will warn
Look,
the Russell.
I don't think we need violence. Let's just talk this out. Violence is not necessary. It's never necessary. We just need to talk this out.
5 and 16 on the first ship, and a 2 and a 15 on the second ship. The Russell has taken 2 shots against it. Shields hold. So first shots have been fired on a ship.
All right, we're firing on those 2 ships.
Wait.
Yeah. What's up?
Can I
Hope you
Can I
wait before
try
I
and
push the button.
poke this guy's brain real quick amidst all this chaos?
Ooh.
He'll be very distracted while I'm shooting at him.
Yes. Alright, so I will do it while you're shooting at him.
I'm pulling up Mohinder Sankar because I assume he's on. Unless you want to handle that guy.
Can you please hold on that? Because I'm going to tell them one more time to stand down or we'll shoot at them.
Okay.
Go ahead and roll it.
I'll just target lock them. That seems threatening enough.
A 5, a 20, and an 18.
I think I'm going to be probably shooting him.
Yeah. You have been met with static again.
Perfect.
Commodore, permission to return fire.
Fire.
Very well.
Oh god.
Is the whole fleet opening fire or just the Chaucer?
Just these 2
Chaucer.
ships have split off from their kind of duty over the hemisphere and are picking on the Russell.
No, what
We are weapons free for all ships on those 2 ships only.
Very well. I have Starship Combat Tactics as a focus.
Okay.
So, can I use... How many dice can I use on this?
Well, it's going to be the 2, but if you manage to get underneath your, like we were talking about, it's going to be con. Let's see, it's going to be, in this kind, daring and con.
No, that's not a very good combo. Maybe I should leave it to our tactical officer.
Well, it's daring because you're doing a come-out roll.
Yeah, I'm with that, but my daring's never been very high. And my con isn't that high either.
Okay, you should already have it, but I'm going to send you the con officer just so that it's fresh.
I do have it somewhere, but it's better to just...
It's right
take it
there
off
in the
of
chat
here.
forum.
Since you gave that order of weapons hot, the Russell is going to attempt to launch its shuttles, so it's got some screeners. We got a 3 and a 15. It launches its shuttles.
Okay.
Well, Mohinder's better than me at this. I've got a 10 total.
Are we waiting for
Mohinder's
those
got
shuttles
12.
to come into us just in case, or?
No, they're going offensive with the shuttles to defend the ship.
That's fine. We haven't launched ours yet.
Let me ask a quick question real quick, Joe. Am I in the center chair at this point?
I am your first officer, and Mohinder's working tactical console. You can step up next to him and help him on the console as you see fit. That's your call.
Oh, right, but I'm not in the center chair.
No,
You're in the center chair.
I'm in the
That's
center.
the key important thing I needed to know.
But
Okay, cool.
you should know as first officer, if you feel the need to give an order, you just
Sure.
Hashimoto trust us
You're
there.
a flag officer, and generally speaking, the flag officer does not give the center chair. Typically,
Yeah, but when we left
core behind.
Core behind, I took the center chair for the
Hey,
mission.
Chelsea, give me a roll on.
Sure.
Yeah, don't
Let's
hesitate
see.
to give orders. Do
Insights
what you need to do.
I'm gonna let Mohinder do it because I think Mohinder's a
I'm sorry.
better shot.
Insight and what?
Medicine.
Alright, Med is 5, Insight is 12.
You're really loud next to your mic right there.
Sorry.
She's the voice of God.
12 and a 16.
You can't get into his brain at this time.
That's fair. We're running around like crazy people.
Yep. Hey, you didn't roll a 20. There's no blood spurting out of a nose.
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
So Mohinder, can I roll for? You want me to roll for Mohinder?
Do it.
Here, you can, I can, whatever.
Good. That was a 9 and a 19, so at least one success for Mohinder. But there was not 2 successes on that.
His target number's 12 with no focuses.
Right, there was 12 with no focus.
Uh,
I had 10 with 1 focus.
Strategy combat roll. You tagged one of them because they got 20.
Alright, the Chaucer's weapons. Oh, you know what? We're doing this wrong anyway because he should get 1 die for the Chaucer systems, which would be weapons plus security. So that's also a 12. No, that's an 11. Well, so add 1 die and see if you roll under an 11.
Go for it.
1 more die. Stand by. Nope. 19.
Okay. And the phaser arrays, I assume you were firing phasers.
Yes.
Do 7.
That's the black guys. And we're looking for
Explosions.
1 explosion or 2 explosions?
2 explosions is just that. 2 explosions. 1 explosion is 1, and then any effects. Blanks do nothing.
1 explosion is 1 damage, 2 explosions is 2 damage, and effects are effects or 1 damage. Am I correct, Dustin?
Effects.
So we were
always
talking about
gonna be a
effects
damage.
being this guy, right?
Yeah, that's always going to be a damage and an effect. So an effect can hit a critical system, that kind of thing.
Okay, so we've rolled so far 3 in an effect, 4, 5 in an effect.
Wow, that's rolling. Because that's 6 damage and then the effect. Let me over here and take a look. With the effect, nothing known with the die roll that I just did. So it did affect him, but not something that you can see outright.
Fair.
6 damage is pretty harsh. What's the stress on the Chaucer?
I have
Stress?
the Chaucer sheet.
I have it.
Okay.
There's not a stat for stress. Are you talking about shields?
Shields, and then I think there's structure. I don't have let me grab the shuttle handy. So I just,
Yeah, it doesn't track structure. It tracks breaches to systems.
Yeah.
but the Chaucer has 12 shields.
So I'm actually going to say the shields are down with the effect because you nailed it for 6.
Stop.
Okay, and then we have 3 Mirandas here. Are any of them firing as well?
The Mirandas, 2 of them, let me check damage here because that Russell got hit twice. Let me see what we've got. I've got 4 hits and 2 effects. We're going to drop the Russell shields. Because it managed to hold its shields on that first run. Alright. And that was a crap out roll. So, yeah, the Russell's holding. Let me check. See where we're at with the shuttles. That's a 7. That's nothing special. We got that. The shuttles pink that one for another one that you were shooting at. 2 is unscathed. That was coming in. Alright, so we can go ahead and kind of pass back and forth the potato again there. The hot potato. Let's go back down to Nate.
Let's see what happened.
We reached that room in information.
Alright, you're going in, and the magistrate literally is in a corner, and you can tell it's the same voice. Are you here to help us?
We're Makos. We're here to take you home. I mean, we're here to save your home.
I'm home, dude. My home's getting invaded. Like, people are. This is yeah.
How many people do you? How many of those rising sun people or whatever? How many of them?
You definitely are not diplomat. I mean, you just don't have the same cadence as Vinka. You just.
No, I didn't go. Hi. No. We came in basically Navy.
I got 14 people hiding in a closet back there.
How many bad guys are on your area?
Oh, they've taken over the power station and the relay. So, they've basically wiped our data banks.
Okay, stand by. Go grab your people and have them come out here.
All right, I will.
Captain Thuceless to the Chaucer.
Is his communicator online?
I'm checking the EMP right now.
It was when we breached.
Yep. With a 5 and a 7, no communications to the surface.
Then I will say.
I'd like to try to fix that. Thanks.
Go ahead and pilot with that control and con again to see if you can get that little mirror back where it needs to be.
A 6 and a 20.
Yep, that 20 and the 3 and the 5, the probe has been destroyed.
All right, I'll get ready to launch another one.
So, yeah, you're out of communications, Nate, for a bit.
Okay.
All right, we'll get back to you.
He is the highest ranking Mako in this quadrant, so he can make his own decisions.
We're fine.
We're fine. Everything's good here. All right, there.
How are
you?
Yeah. Chelsea, you want to make a roll on a headbutt again?
I muted myself, so yes. Alright. What am I rolling? Control and...
the same thing that we were doing before, where it's going to be insight and command.
12. I can't remember what my command skill is or where it is. Heck it. A 4 and a 1.
Wow!
I'm pretty stoked
Nice.
about that. Watch the next roll be garbage.
You have a focus that works? Does that make the 4 2 successes? No? Okay.
Alright, so he got 2 successes as well with that. You did a 1 and a 4?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good enough. You're into his brain. You kind of get that weird sensation sometimes if you're looking through someone else's perception. The bridge of this ship is just it's very utilitarian. I mean, lots of pipes, lots of, not many blinky lights. Very much kind of something that looks more like a battle bridge than something nice.
Okay.
And he is now aware that you're kind of in his brain. What do you want to do?
I want to see if he does mean to stop us at all costs.
Go ahead and roll for me insight and security.
Security's a 2. Insight's still a 12. 6 and a 1.
Wow! Rolling hot! And a 19 and a 6. So, he has already called reinforcements on a subcarrier that you guys don't have access to. It actually looks like it's Romulan tech.
Okay. I'm gonna be real mean.
Okay?
I'm gonna headbutt him.
Alright.
I'm gonna try to incapacitate this dude.
Go ahead and roll daring and command.
Let's see. Okay. My daring's an 8. Where's command?
The next one down.
Yeah, under disciplines right underneath it.
Okay, so 3. 13 and an 8.
13 and an 8. Alright. He gets a wicked headache and realizes something's wrong.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna hit him again.
Alright.
I'm just gonna be mean at this point. He's trying to hurt people. A 13 and a 6.
A 13 and a 6 will play. You can go ahead and basically knock him unconscious.
Boom!
Okay. Alright. I will deal with the ramifications of that on his ship. That is that.
I'm going to tell
officer,
Hashimoto.
A 2 and a 19 for the second officer, so yeah. The EMP is erratic. It seems to be moving because the ship is moving with it still on. So we are off the city for the EMP. So when Nate comes back, he's back live with communications.
Okay. I'm going to tell Hashimoto about there is another ship on the way. And it looks like Romulan tech. There's something we can't get to.
Ships.
So people are on the way, so we should bug in and get out of Dodge.
Okay.
But definitely prep everybody.
Yep.
Do I know how many ships? Did I find out how many?
Go ahead and give me a insight and a security, and roll up.
Security's
Did you
a 2.
tell Hashimoto via your psychic link, or did you actually use the comms?
I'm just gonna tell him because I'm on the bridge right now.
Okay.
I usually stick on the bridge for these things until there's actual damage, and then I'll run to the med deck.
That's cool.
5 and a 4.
A 5 and a 4?
Go ahead and start scanning.
Yep. He actually has called in 3 Romulans.
We got 3 Romulans.
Don't know what kind of ships, but he called in 3 Romulans.
We gotta go.
Okay then.
Now that I have comms, I have 14 civilians that need to be teleported out.
Are you guys ready to be teleported out too?
No, we have bad guys in facilities we can take out.
I mean, because we might not be able to after that.
Would you like
Captain,
me to?
I think it's time for you to return to the ship as well.
Should I
We
scuttle
seem to
the?
have incoming bogies.
Should I scuttle the
Do we know how much time we have on the Romulan?
Did not get that information.
We have time. Even at Transwarp 9, it's going to take them a few minutes to get here. So they're not going to be on our butts right at the second.
Do you really want to race that right now, Captain?
Maybe.
Mm.
Well,
We're going to stay a couple more minutes.
Kasara, roll for me your control and your security.
Control and security. 17s. How many dice? 2?
Yep.
An ace and a 9.
I got the ace. It doesn't seem that Romulans are too far when you catch a shimmer.
So I'm going to home in on that, and then report immediately to Hashimoto that we have a incoming bogey.
How much time do we have?
Did I get any kind of idea of where that was, or?
Yeah, it seems like it was shadowing the ship that was doing the EMP, and it may be coming out of a cloak.
We have a decloaking bird. I'd be willing to bet we have a decloaking Romulan ship,
Okay.
and it's trailing the ship it's in orbit with us, so it's trailing the ship.
Okay. All right.
Well, Nate asked for it, or well, he's doing that, I should say. I'm trying to beam the 14 people out that Nate did.
Go ahead and give me a control and a engineering.
Please don't be in that into a bulkhead.
I got a 3 and a 9, and the goal was 15.
Yeah, they're all up. You didn't use 2 different transporter rooms to cycle them through real fast.
I'm gonna run to them and check them medically, and just scan them for phase variants as well.
You have staff if you don't want to do it personally.
I want to do it
Totally your
personally.
call.
Absolutely,
Okay.
I want to do it personally. I'm gonna separate them ASAP, and I'm gonna scan them for phase variants, and then see if they're healthy.
Yeah,
Ship is decloaking.
going to be allowed out of there without phase variants.
Dustin, those were Orion people, right?
It's an Orion guy, and he's got a bunch of extra folks with him. They're not all Orions. Most of them are humans.
Do they have anything that like backup database? Because you said they wiped their databanks. Is there backup anywhere that they need?
You would have to ask them, and they're now on the ship.
That's.
You can tell them to me.
You should have a backup database anywhere that they need.
Okay.
Ship decloaking.
Fletcher, protect the Russell. To Sarah, you're in command of this ship. Maintain combat for the moment. And Ulrika Turlson is going to signal those Romulans.
Aye, aye.
Nate,
And I'm getting up out of the center chair and going to communications.
Nate, did you want to come up to us to check with the Orion?
No, I want you to ask. I asked somebody up there to ask them.
Oh, okay.
What did sorry, I couldn't actually hear you. What did you say?
I need somebody to tell me if they have a backup database. He said his database was wiped. Does he have a backup? Anything that he needs?
Okay,
We're leaving.
I will relay that to the group of people in this room.
Let's see if they... Well, with the 6 and a 4, yeah, the database is in the repository. It's basically down 4 floors right underneath the same room.
I'm just gonna beam that directly down to it.
We're
If I
getting the move. Marines, triple time. Go, go, go.
So I do want to, before we move on to the next part, if we shoot the Romulan ship while it's decloaking, its shields are down. So I want
I
to
don't
at
wanna
least
shoot the
take a
Romulans.
crippling shot at that Romulan ship. Is that a no?
No.
You want to talk to the Romulans first?
Right. Yes,
Fair
I
enough.
want you to talk to the Romulans first.
So
The Romulans don't want to get in a war with the Federation. The Federation doesn't want to get in a war with the Romulans. There's an opportunity here to resolve this peacefully.
you are aware that it hasn't been that long since Narendra 3.
I am.
Very well.
And I'm aware that it will be much tougher if we do end up in a fight if we did this opportunity. But it's the right thing to do.
Understood? At the moment, we have tactical superiority. But we will
Well,
lose
they
that as soon
have
as that closes down.
decloaked, and they are not powering up weapons, and that's the ship, and that's the view you got of it.
Ulrika Turleson is going to get Vinka and I on the con with them, if she can. While Sarah handles the combat.
I will just keep us in a tactically
pressure on
superior
those-
location and hold.
As long as those two ships are attacking the Russell, pound them into dirt. If they back off, we'll let them back off.
Very well.
Let me see what their commands... Because she psychic headbutt the commander, this is kind of meta information, their command and control has changed. Let me see if the Romulans are actually going to do command and control. Not with the 19. So, those ships are in. They got their last orders before the psychic headbutt. They're going for another attack run on the Russell.
I think it's time to intersperse ourselves between the Russell and we are a stronger ship.
My last orders were for the Fletcher to protect the Russell, so they should be moving to screen the fire. And now
The
let us
Fletcher
do
is moving, and with an ace, we're going to be rolling some damage because the Fletcher got in the way of the one, and
I've got
we'll
to
hand
go
it
to
back
the
to you in just a moment. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's going to give those extras. We're looking at... Well, I blanked everything. Really? Okay, we've got, like... I don't know if you can see it that far away, because I think it's on the other side of my mouse. Yeah, there we go. Let me just move them in. So out of 8 dice there, yeah, 2 hits, an effect, and a blank. I mean, all that. Yeah, that was a good blank. So that gives you an idea. When they did their attack run, they were inept because they didn't expect the other ship to jump in front, and I don't think they expected to be in this kind of combat.
We were
Fair.
nice and tried to reason with him.
Back to you guys. Because that was their attack on the Fletcher getting in between the Russell and the 2 ships.
Okay, I don't care. We have two things going on. Tessera's got combat to handle, and Vinka and I have communications with the Romulans to handle. Whatever order you prefer, Dustin, is fine with me.
All right, Nate, you're on 2nd floor.
Still moving.
Yep, you gotta get to 4th.
Fair enough.
All right.
We're moving.
Who else wants to take the hot potato?
Guy, do you want to go first, or do you want us to go?
You can go first. Tactically, that's the better choice.
Turleson's trying to open communications with the Romulan.
Romulan is not hearing a damn thing right now. I think they're trying to contact the Mr. Psychic Headbutt.
Okay. You know what? We're going to watch them, but until they tell us that they're involved, we're going to leave them alone.
Yeah, they haven't fired on anyone. They just decloaked.
And we're trying to signal them. I'm sure they are aware that we're trying to signal them. They're just
all right. Just for fun, does Lupine want to double check the damage she wrought on this poor dude who now has completely lost control of this altercation?
Yeah.
So sometimes there's repercussions for psychic headbutting an NPC. I'm just saying.
He struck first and wouldn't stop being mean. I gotta do what I gotta do. Bye, Birdie. Go to sleep. Bam. Alright, what do I need to roll?
You can roll your presence and your command to try to wake him up. Or to do what you want to do.
Okay.
Let's hear some Mortal Kombat.
8 and an 18. So not the best.
And with 216, dude is sleeping like a baby. He's even drooling down on, like, you know, the floor there, and he's got his second in command going, what do we do now? Do we tell the Romulan? What do we do? Yeah, that's happening on that ship.
Can I poke out to the second in command?
Yeah, that's going to be a hard roll. Give it a try. Let's go ahead and do daring and command.
Alright, let's see. A 4 and a 1. I will show it to you. I will show it to you. I just figured out that I could do that the whole time. I'm going to do that from now on. I'm so sorry. I hate not showing rolls.
No, it's fine. It's that's why I have my laptop, and I haven't ended up getting another webcam because it's been too fun to do that.
To be fair, it did really pixelate up while you were doing that.
Yeah, and that 15 and 11 there means that the second in command has no idea you have entered his brain.
Okay. Let's see if I can influence him a little bit.
What you trying to put in there? I'll tell you if we need another roll or not.
We should run.
It's pretty hot.
We should run.
That's easy enough. Fight or flight.
Run away! I'm scared. My captain is passed the heck out. I don't know what's going on. The Romulans are here. They should be able to figure this out on their own. We should run. We need to go.
And at a 19 and 11, he concurs with that. So, the ship that had the EMP turns off the EMP. They were trying to reallocate the town. They are now warping out. And the other ships are all warping out as well. And the Romulan, when he sees all of them buggering out, oh, that's a good roll for me. I'll take that.
No.
2 aces. Boom. Cloaks. Gone. It's strangely quiet. Hey, Hashimoto, you missed it all. It's strangely quiet.
Yes, I look up and everybody's gone. I can hear some of that. What can you? I apologize. But I'm old and my bladder is full.
Recap with your grandeur there, Chelsea.
I told them to run. I just popped into the second command's mind and was like, everything's fucked, dude. We gotta go.
I believe I have underestimated our advantage.
Can I convince the admiral to make her a captain?
No! I don't want it!
Just the rank, not a ship command.
You're on the 4th floor now there, Nate. Your mic is muted.
We're still going to where the database.
All right. There is a big thing that looks like a huge secondary computer core. It is powered in a low power mode, but it looks like it's functioning.
Sweet. Then I will have my people get in there and find sure that the database is still secure, and see what kind of information that they have that these Summerstones were really wanting.
With an 8 and a 6, There's nothing weird going on there, so we're good.
Okay. So what do I need to do? What do you want me to?
You can upload it to the ship, probably.
Yep. Let's do that.
Especially now that there's nothing in orbit threatening anyone or an EMP.
I'm gonna have my guys check for life signs on this base. See if there's anybody still here.
The cute thing about Summer Sun is they just, once they turn off their equipment, they're humans. They just blend in.
Right, but there should be nobody on this planet right now, right?
Oh, no, there's people in the city. It was just subjugated by the EMP.
I mean, in this base area, because he said there was people in the area.
Let me take a look at...
Over the 14 people, only the mayor's staff.
Well, that's what he said was in that room. And when you never got a full... the EMP was never down long enough for you to get that full tricorder reading.
Fair enough. How many life signs are we showing now?
Oh, about 36, and it looks like they're coming out of bunkers or, an emergency situation.
Okay. Do we have cameras?
Back up in the other control room, not here.
Okay. Can we link into it?
Go ahead and have our engineer roll for that.
Okay.
Okay, what am I rolling for?
My engineer or someone up here?
Yeah, the Mako on the planet's surface.
Oh, never mind.
So he's got, Joe, do you want to roll for him?
Do you want me to roll something?
Yeah, roll for the engineer to link.
Pavari?
It might be the other one because it's not a mechanical thing.
Okay, hold on a second. Barry Splits. Give me a second to pull up his character sheet. All right, Barry Splits. What am I rolling?
Dustin, what's he rolling?
We're going to be looking at, he's going to need a insight and an engineering.
Okay, that's a 13. Will a security operations focus apply?
Yes.
All right, so anything under a 5 is 2 successes. Just 2 regular successes.
Which is fine. That will work to get it patched in for video down here. You now can kind of see the entire compound. And it looks like some dudes may have left some of their uniforms and blended in. You see kind of a ready room that they stash their stuff in. There's no guns there or anything, but they're trying to blend in.
Yep. I want to track those people. I want to record this so that we can see who those people are and find them later.
Yeah, definitely can loop it around, get some identifying on this, and you can always coordinate with the city later to say, hey, you guys had gotten infiltrated.
Yep. That's what I want.
And this is Summer Sun's normal modus operandi. If they have to cut bait, they just blend back into the population.
Fair. At least we know who they are, or at least most of them.
Yep. Yeah, you should get some IDs.
Perfect. And we can grab the rest of them. We'll be able to get caught pretty easily. All right, so we'll do that. We'll secure their database. We'll re-secure the entire complex on this building and wait for further orders.
All right.
We're going to establish a defensive orbit, and Vinka, you set up a meeting with this Tally Lathan on board the Chaucer. I am going to keep Arope out of this meeting, by the way. Doc, Yumi, and Vinka. Tessera, you have the con? Defensive posture?
Aye.
Okay, and Hashimoto, Lupine, and Vinka will meet with this guy in the ready room.
Okay.
Or not the ready room, the conference room. Vinka, our goal is to essentially establish a some form of a agreement for mutual protection and aid.
Perfect.
Right, so you get together in the conference room, and he seems visibly shaken. So remember, he's a little older of Orion, 88 kind of thing, and seems like he's lived a pretty hard and rough life. I came here to just be able to kind of get away from the Federation, and here you all are again.
Well, there is that, but I was kind of hoping we could get along.
Well, everyone here on this planet usually doesn't want to get along with much of anyone, except we seem to have gotten backstabbed.
We've got an echo. Nate, can you mute? Sorry. Thank you. Go ahead.
That is unfortunately the downside of dealing with groups like Summer Sun. The good thing about the Federation is we generally tell you what we're going to do and follow our own rules.
Well, humans are humans.
It's true. But this is an opportunity maybe that would be beneficial to both of us. We don't necessarily have to establish such full relations that would completely inhibit your operations, but we might be able to offer you some degree of safety in return, or some mutual aid and maybe some agreement to limit pirate operations on who they affect, not attacking other Federation allies.
I don't know if I want to call myself a Federation ally, but they are on my same planet. I think it would be wise to try to set up something so that way they stay on their side of the planet and I stay on my side.
I think we could work out some kind of an arrangement. Really, for the most part, the Federation is just going to want people who utilize your port to not attack to not conduct pirate operations or mercenary operations against the Federation or Federation's protectorates. And you could become a protectorate with that level of commitment.
What do you got their diplomatic attaché to hit him with?
Well, of course, since this is happening, we better this type of diplomacy. But it would be, we are in the area and we helped eliminate these Summer Suns. It's a defense relationship. I highly doubt at this point it would be a, hey, come join the Federation again. Come join the Federation. It's more of a convenience. We'll make sure you're good, you'll make sure we're good. Not dead.
Protect us from everyone?
We can work out details on levels of protection and mutual aid. Looks like right now you've got problems with Summer Sun and the Romulans, and we were able to get both of them to leave, so it is very likely to your benefit. I'm listening, Doc.
Who are you so afraid of?
Who's gonna ask that of him?
No, I'm gonna ask him.
Oh, you're gonna do it directly with your voice.
Yeah.
Sorry, I've been used to you psychic headbutting all night.
I know.
And just for the record, I'm paying attention to her psychically. I'm not blocking her during this.
Mm-hmm. At my age, I want to leave a legacy on this planet, and I don't want my legacy erased as soon as I die. I'd like some assurances that I can hand operations here to someone I trust. And it's not Summer Sun, and it's not the Romulans.
What kind of legacy are you looking for in that case?
I have 3 wives that I'd like to hand this over.
Okay. So you want protection for your family.
Well, as Orions go, a little more than family.
Fair.
I don't see any reason why power couldn't be handed to them in the eyes of the Federation. We want to get involved in taking over your planet. We would just want reasonable assurances that those who base on your planet and use your facilities aren't attacking Federation interests.
If you can leave a ship or a garrison here while I transfer power and usurp my authority on who's taken over for me and kind of let that be known in the sector, that'd be helpful.
How long do you need to do that?
Oh, I'd say 2 weeks.
We can arrange that. It's not a problem at all.
Why now? You have plenty of life left.
Let's just say that I need to make sure our major cash crop doesn't go, and Summer Sun was trying to take that from us. We want to keep that running.
Were they trying to take it over? I'm listening, Doc. Okay, telepathically from the doctor, I'm listening.
I don't frickin' trust that. That doesn't make any, like, a little bit of sense, but that's not enough. Something's up. They want him for something.
Okay.
Yeah,
there's more.
I got a poke in there.
While she's doing that, I'm going to ask him, was Summer Sun trying to take over that crop or destroy it?
We have some disagreements because I have been selling it to some of their outfits.
16 and 5.
And of course, when you sell a kill crazy drug like I do, the other outfit tend to be able to fight a little more efficiently against the other outfits. They don't like that.
They wanted to be able to distribute it to decide which of their units receive it and which don't. And when you control it, you decide that.
Absolutely. And I want my wives to be able to decide that from here on out because we've been getting paid very handsomely by different cells of Summer Sun to keep them well stocked.
And I'll pause for a minute. I have more questions, and I'm keeping him talking while she's doing what she's doing. But did you see her rolls?
No.
It's a 5 and a 16.
A 5 and a what?
16.
With the 12 and the ace, you're not getting into his brain. It's old Orion who knows those Beta Z tricks.
Fair.
And with the ace, double check. Go ahead and roll again. Same thing. See if he doesn't look you right in the eye.
A 7. 7 and 8.
Good enough. He doesn't look you right in the eye.
Okay.
He got that kind. Sometimes when people think that something's a little weird like that, there's usually a tell, and it's kind of like a.
Yeah. The drug is enough to me. I can't really get in. I still don't trust him 100%.
Neither do I. That's telepathically.
Mm-hmm.
When I scanned him, was there any phase variance or anything weird that came up?
Oh no, nothing weird like that. He's straight up Orion. He's an older.
I just wanted to make sure.
You got anything else for him there, Vinka? You're passing the hot potato around.
Everything's been good so far that I've seen.
All right.
Should we meet his wives? Should we meet his wives?
No.
No.
Plausible deniability.
Okay.
That would take some explaining.
Actually,
we're talking about
metagame
drug
question.
control here, which is a
How
big
much-
deal.
Right. How much does Hashimoto know about Orion women?
Everything that was on Enterprise.
Okay, then no. I don't want to go anywhere near his wives. And if we have to deal with them, I'm sending only female.
Go.
I mean, on the bright side, there's me, but they might be a little angry.
I'm worried about the pheromones. You see what happened with just denobulin pheromones, and those are nothing compared to freaking Orion pheromones.
I think it'd be safe to say that I will be leading the UA team.
Yes.
You had Hashimoto. Go ahead and roll. You had this information at some point in time. I know I gave it to you because this drug from here, we've talked about it, and it's been refined to do other things, like to go back to bullocks and fix people.
Kill crazy?
Yeah, and well, yeah, Doug, you had folks get under the influence of it on your own crew.
Oh, that was that purple gas stuff at that bar.
Correct.
Where did I put Hashimoto? Oh.
So,
all right, what am I rolling here?
Just roll your reason and your medicine.
That is a 10. I don't think I have any focuses that help. Here we go. I got one success and a critical failure on the other die.
All right. Please roll the same thing, Chelsea, because you had to deal with this detox. I know it's been almost like 2 years in real time since we dealt with this.
Mm-hmm. I have an 8 and a 13.
Okay, that's good enough. Because what's your skill? It's above a 13, isn't it?
For which?
For reason and medicine?
Yeah, 15.
Yeah. So I'm just going to put this in the chat since you can relay it from brain to brain anyway. And
I'm going to have to pop in the chat on my phone.
I have a feeling this was before I joined the campaign.
this is when they all went, when they had the little girl who had the problems with the Creole and all that.
Yeah, you were in the campaign, but you were out for most of that season.
Yep.
Okay.
This was my first part of the season.
Yeah, because it was at Nate's house.
Oh yeah, I could barely make it to that.
Nothing appeared in the chat so far.
No, I'm doing some cutting and pasting.
Gotcha. Okay.
Because I just need to make sure it works. I don't need to get into all that because you don't know all of that. Okay. And I need to convert some of that stuff, so that will work. This at least gives you the hours. It tells you kind of how gnarly it is. Because you can literally pull this up on a pad because you remember this hitting you. And everyone almost had a problem. You had some folks who were about ready to not come back from that landing party. Okay, so there's all the chat. So go ahead and Chelsea, do us the favor of reading the chat.
Okay. So the Kill Crazy drug is a refined form of the toxin from the Killian planet. It's taken internally and is a hallucinogen in small amounts, a deadly poison in larger amounts. If the first dose doesn't addict someone, each later dose, no matter how long between doses, gives a cumulative -2 penalty roll to avoid addiction, so very highly addictive. A user sees intense hallucinations, which last 20 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Holy buckets. With
20 health, we roll it based off of some stress.
20 health hours with a minimum of 6 hours. A user that has the Berserk disadvantage.
Which doesn't always happen. This is some GURP stuff that I need to convert still.
Okay. So they're at a -3 to any roll to avoid berserking during the time the hallucinations persist. So oddly, the hallucinations are in black and white, and they're colorblind. The user is colorblind for 40 hours after each dose.
And this is what they were getting on that bar that was pumped into the atmosphere on Bullet.
Yep.
And it had an effect on the children of the Flash.
You have the poison, and then you can also refine the hallucinogen a little better if you need it for combat troops, and then, of course, if you actually want to poison a population.
So this is what they're growing. And
this is what they're growing, what they're exporting. And Federation, if you protect us, we guarantee it goes to the right people, not the wrong people.
I can't, as a doctor, stand by and let this drug be distributed anywhere.
If anything happens to this, and he's just going off, even if you say whatever, you don't have to say that in as a meta conversation.
No, I'm pulling him aside for that. Like, it's.
You're telling me that telepath.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like, we need to keep this. This is how this sector operates. People need this. It keeps things together, and the right people having it is very important.
No one needs this.
Not having it, and certain Summer Sun sects not having it is the right thing.
Is this used for medical purposes other than a combat drug and other than a poison? Is it used for some medicinal?
Yeah, I think Bullocks is trying to use it to take care of their radiation poisoning problem.
There have to be other ways to deal with radiation, though. That a highly addictive drug can't be the only cure for that.
Is it able to be refined in a manner to help with radiation poisoning that's non-addictive?
Oh, absolutely.
Doc,
poison.
Are you getting a sense that he's telling the truth?
You remember that? Remember, the little girl they were trying to figure out trials of this stuff on Bullocks and trying to figure out if they were getting her fixed, and the dad couldn't afford it, couldn't figure it out.
Right.
But yeah, it's basically, this is their version of chemo versus what irradiated the planet. And yeah, Nate makes a perfect point in the chat.
I'm going to just send a message.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nate got that win.
Okay. All right. I can't access that right in the middle of this conversation.
No.
Doc, what did you decide? Is he telling the truth about this being able to be used in a non-addictive manner? Because that does have an effect on the landscape.
Feel free to roll it.
A 3 and a 14.
He's telling the truth with that 3. Absolutely. Think of it as the catch-all for this area, and they get it refined of what they need it to do, and this nasty, nasty planet with the acid atmosphere is what makes this thing yummy.
Is there any way that we could adapt their tech so they couldn't make it into a highly addictive drug?
Can I?
You broke up just a little bit on that one.
Is there any way that I know medically or my team knows medically that we could stop them?
Yeah, your mic's cutting in and out. It may be your hair.
Okay.
Or a battery.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there any way my team knows medically or just scientifically that we could stop them from making this a highly addictive drug and just making it their version of chemo?
Yeah, but that's not the point of the political parody that's happening here.
Yeah.
Can I check that database and see if it is being used in this manner, or if they're using it to addict the population?
And you're in the ready room for this?
I would probably be in the communications room, but yeah, isn't that?
Yeah, I didn't bring her into the negotiation, but she might be monitoring it from maybe from my office. That's not unusual for us to do.
Joe, just roll a control and a command. If you get successes, you can link her and Nate's character kind of together because you know that you need to with open comms.
Hashimoto's control is 10. His command is 5.
Mm-hmm.
And he has a leadership focus if that applies.
Absolutely.
9 and a 17 gives us 1 success.
You got to pick which one you're working with because Nate's information is not necessarily, you know that they went and did it, but the way he did it in the chat's kind of meta, and then her thing, I'll give you one or the other on trying to figure out what you want to do.
I will have, it just makes sense to me from our previous tactics that I would have had Sal Mustaf watching us and probably Ulrika watching us from another room, monitoring the conversation so that they could relay and look stuff up for us.
So you don't know necessarily about the database yet, Luna, until you give me a reason and a command. Go ahead and roll that, and then you'll know to sync it up.
Nate just said something. What was that, Nate?
My character would not know anything about what's... Well, I did ship it back to the ship, so... It would be useless to have me.
Okay.
Well, the goal was 14. I have an 11 and a 9.
So we're good. If you were monitoring when you beamed them up, you knew that the Makos were down there picking up the database. So you can get that database information from Nate. Let's go ahead and search that database. So I just fixed the kind of metagaming that happened in the chat just to clean it up. I got you, bro.
I was just trying to make people remember that we had that database.
And go ahead and roll there, Luna. The do a insight and a science.
Will my computer programming apply?
Yeah, because you'll be able to find the information fast.
Okay.
It's a new database, but you figure out what it is.
This is a 15 combo with a 9 and a 4.
Hey, that's decent. So, go ahead and ask me 2 questions that you're looking for in that database that you want to relay to Hashimoto.
I want to see. The first question I'm really looking for does this database look like it's clients who are addicted and highly paying for this kind of, or does it look like they are actually using it in the manner indicated in that conversation, where it's being used for radiation poisoning as opposed to as an addictive substance?
So what happens is they send it to Summersun. It's the nastiest, most icky thing it can be, literally from the one starport to the other starport on the planet. That other starport actually then disseminates it to other groups, other folks across the sectors here, and it ends up always being Bullocks who has to try to do the refining, because remember, they're the breadbasket. So they're able to mix this thing with some of the stuff they have on their planet to actually make it work. Yeah, he's saying a good game on, oh yeah, it's good for, medicinal and that kind of stuff. And he doesn't do it. Bullocks has to do it, and they have to get it at a really crazy price.
I'm assuming we have some kind of non-spoken comms method.
I'm probably wearing an earpiece.
It could be on a data pad, just popping up info for you.
Yeah. I'm gonna basically indicate that, theoretically that might be true, but there's no indication that they're doing it.
Yeah, it's not a direct, we are benevolent.
Are you giving me the details, or just that theoretically he may be telling the truth, but there's no way?
I'm giving you that on a data pad because I'm trying to get it quickly. If you want to indicate that you need more, I will give you more data.
And can I assume that Vinka is continuing the conversation while I'm looking at a data?
Give me your best roleplay on schmoozing this dude while they're working data pads.
So it sounds like this is going to be going well. So, how are you doing?
You're killing me. You are so killing me. He's totally looking at you like, I have been around long enough to know that you know how it's going. It's the Federation. I've had enough of how it's going. That's why I'm out here in the middle of nowhere, and I even broke from Orion tradition to be out here.
Well, I'm sorry for trying to make a friend.
That is such a Federation thing to say. Yeah, with a 5 and a 17, he's conflicted with that. You humans.
I'm not a human.
You don't know what a Ferengi quite is yet, but yeah, he's lumping you all together.
That's fair. I would too.
Mm-hmm.
So Hashimoto, I'll send you the sort of a few examples from the database of what I'm talking about.
Are you sending me enough for me to figure out that Bollocks has buying it through a third? That they're basically just selling it to the other, and then some of it makes its way to Bollocks.
And that's why Summersun wanted to just control it from the source.
Right.
Yeah.
They're done with this dude.
Okay. Mr. Lathan, is it possible for you to set up your own distribution net directly rather than through the other spaceport?
That's one of the things I've been trying to do, and that's why I just got besieged.
And hypothetically speaking, if we were to come to some kind of an agreement of ensuring that you don't get besieged, you would make sure that it got its way to Bollocks for them to use for the medical purposes and didn't find its way to Summersun or the Romulans. Am I understanding your proposal correctly?
Oh, I still need to make money on it. I need to sell it in its, unrefined version to some of my associates.
But if I'm understanding correctly, Bollocks buys it in the unrefined version and then turns it into medicines. That would continue. The difference would be a different third party to get it from you to them than Summersun.
Well, I'd be happy to sell it to him directly if you guaranteed that my shipments would get there.
And you have the ships to do that?
I can hire them.
Okay. And as far as your other customers that might be purchasing it in an addictive format, those would need to be not Federation protectorate. It would need to not be smuggled into places the Federation has leaked in that way. Is that something that will still work for you?
Considering the Federation doesn't have a foothold in these sectors or the Shackleton Expanse, absolutely easily done.
Doc? Telepathically?
Yeah.
I'm thinking that the medical benefits are kind of necessary. And we're probably not going to get a victory that ends in him not selling it at all, unless we just nuke the planet, which we're not going to do. Do you
Dustin,
think otherwise?
Is there anything in my medical knowledge that I know of that could help with radiation that isn't a highly addictive drug?
Oh, you guys went over this 2 years ago in real time. This stuff is gnarly and nasty and would take up a research ship in orbit for a couple of years to figure it all out. We've had some of that game time pass, so maybe I could give you a little bit of shake and bake on that, but you also never really instigated all of that because you didn't know how to deal with Bullocks because they're their own mess. That taking them under your ring, they had their own weird backwards ways of doing stuff.
And medically, they were not receptive to us. Their medical ministry.
No, they were wanting to fix their own problems and take it on because they caused their own problems because they got themselves attacked because they were jerks.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
So
listening, Doc.
I would point out that we've been in this situation before on Bullock, and they were very unwilling to cooperate medically in trying to find something that was more effective to the radiation. And I would hope that, scientists in this outpost and the Federation could work together as a team to find something better that wasn't a highly addictive drug, that was a good that was good at affecting the radiation, but also a good
Drop that again.
but also a good drug for like soldiers. So I would agree to a deal with this guy for protection if he could promise that he would, or his new team would work on some science and try to figure out if there was something better. Because this they've already got down pat, right? But if they want protection, they need to try to do better.
I imagine we can work that in, although any offer like that is going to need to be replace the profits that he would lose long term. So we're going to have to offer him something for that, and that's down the road.
Right. But we want to end this on a better note than we did in Bullock, because we weren't able to. I'm sure they have medical staff on planet, and we could get some scientists out here on a ship to help them out, just relaying communications and trying new things.
Okay, I'll work on that.
Okay.
Just stepping back, I forgot what Lathan said. My assessment was accurate, is what he said.
Yeah.
Okay. And he was okay with the idea of it not being used in the addictive format on any place that is under Federation.
Correct, because the Federation doesn't matter in these sectors.
Okay. Mr. Lathan, would there be a possibility of a scientific exchange where we might be able to help you develop some other products as well, or other uses for this product, and that might become profitable in the future in return for an information
I'm an 88-year-old Orion. I am not in research and development. I'm in cashing out from my wives.
I misunderstood. I thought your wives were going to take over the business and you were trying to set them up for long-term profitability.
Yeah, but why would my wives want to do anything else that has been good for us for 50 years?
Because they might do better than you've done in the last 50 years through that exchange.
And be safer.
I'm not at all suggesting you haven't been hugely successful, but why not be even more successful than you already are? There's always...
If you're trying to insult me, it's working.
I'm not communicating clearly.
No, because you have just come into these sectors in the past 2 years. They're at Commodore as a lapdog for the Admiral, and you haven't done anything. You have no idea what I'm capable of and what I can do with my planet and my resources, even if I only have half of it.
I was thinking that we might both benefit from learning more about each other, and you might, whatever you can do, as great as it is, you might do even more.
I need you to protect my supply lines to where I sell this, and we can determine where I'm selling this.
I'm very happy with that. I was just thinking we could maybe do a little more than that. But if that's your limits, we can
No,
limit it.
because then I would have to deal with Romulans.
And I'm not necessarily eager to get the Ron involved.
If we go any farther with any kind of relationship, The Romulans will want to get involved. I think you have met their Praetor.
I've met their consul. This sector,
Mhm.
yes. Liliana, is he? I'm going to start asking him about the Romulans, and I'll want you to be paying attention to them. Are the Romulans already involved?
Oh, God! Okay. I rolled a 4 and a 20. What I was trying to roll for was when he got rescued and being all cowardly and disheveled by Nate there, if he recognized that Romulan knife.
Gotcha. Okay.
I'm not going to tell you whether he recognized it or not, because that was a stupid, horrible die roll.
I mean, the 4 was great. Mr. Luthan, I'm wondering how involved the Romulans already.
I sell to the Romulans. The Romulans want to make sure that I can keep selling to them.
And what are your desires in that way? Wish to keep selling to them?
If I don't sell to them, you see what happens. They get their lackeys to besiege me.
So you had attempted to cease selling to them, and that is what led to Summer Sun sticking its nose.
Yeah, that information doesn't leave this room.
I understand. Your desire then is to not sell in the future.
If my wives, if that's how they stay alive, by Romulan and Federation protection, then so be.
Okay, I believe I understand.
The Romulans can giveth and they can taketh away. The Federation in these sectors cannot.
Do we still have our recon team down on the planet?
Yes, but before we go into that, can you tell me if he's being honest with me, right?
Sure. Oh, yes. A 10 and a 2.
Nice.
Yeah, totally. He's being candid because he likes this idea of being able to still sell to the Romulans and keep supply lines open with Federation ships.
Such crap.
So she's picking up that he is hoping actually to still sell to the Ron while we make sure his supply lines stay open.
Yep.
Okay,
Yes.
and I'm picking up on that. I don't care if he addicts the Romulans. I'm kind of a dick about that.
Oh, the Romulans have their own purposes for this.
I'm sure they do.
They refine it into something completely different.
I don't. I'm not okay with anyone using a highly addictive drug. I'm just not okay with anybody not being a normal person. Absolutely unacceptable.
The one thing is, if we come to an agreement, we can limit who gets exposed to an addictive drug. If we don't come to an agreement, Summer Sun is going to decide who gets exposed to it, which is going to be everybody.
That's fair. I would like the recon team on the planet to go interview people and see who knows this guy and see what he's really like on a day-to-day basis.
Okay.
And see what his wives are like. Because if there's somebody else we could put in power here who's more medically inclined and less of a jerk, then I'll take them.
How are you going to tell Nate to do that? Because this is like asking to police Vietnam.
And I can't hear what you're thinking.
No, but feel free to send a computer message off your data pad to communications to tell them to pass orders to Nate. You're mission specialist command team, so you can issue orders without having to run them by me.
I think having some undercover ops in the city, but we can't really do that. Hang on.
We can, it just take a little while to deliver them.
We have 13 people on the ship that we rescued, and I split them all up as soon as they got here and scanned them. I split them all up into different rooms for their safety and because of the radiation. Dustin, what are the races of those 13 people?
Oh, they're a motley group. Most of them are humans.
I'm gonna go talk to some humans.
Okay. So you're leaving the conference room?
Yeah, I'm just gonna say I have a medical emergency to attend to.
Why don't we go ahead and break it there? That way you guys can do some in-between game action between this and the next game and figure out exactly how you're dealing with these folks. And Vinka could just talk this guy's ear off for another 2-3 hours.
I love it.
Hopefully by the end he'll have a new...
Well, if you want to make this deal there, crusty old 88-year-old, you got to deal with Vinka for 3 hours to sign all the paperwork and to ratify it. And, of course, he just wants to hit his head on a desk.
Yep.
Ouch. Makes it sound like a punishment.
Lawyer.
Give him hell. Just be you. Just be your normal self.
Just be you, Vinka, with that big Denoblian smile of yours.
Hashimoto's just standing back there smiling.
Yep.
Not even dealing with the conversation. He asked for Hashimoto back, and Hashimoto's like, can't help you. Sorry.
That way Nate can figure out his special ops or whatever you want him to try to do on the planet before the Orion goes back.
I have to talk to the people on the ship first.
And you can give me a good list of questions in between game to think about it and how you want to work those folks.
Okay, cool.
That sounds good because it is getting really late.
For sure.
It is getting late, but I wanted to get to a point where everyone can stew about the ramifications of all this, because you now finally, after a couple sessions here, have got both feet right back in the muck.
Yes. And we just kicked a hornet's nest.
You did.
As usual. Like this is any different in any way whatsoever.
And there's going to be some in-between game stuff that Hashimoto and the Admiral are talking about because shots were exchanged.
Yes.
Let me check casualty reports on the Russell, which got kind of nailed when those shields went down.
And repair.
We're going to roll a D20 -5. There was real death. 6 people died on the Russell. Damn it! So write that down because that's part of your report. And that's
also,
a real thing.
How quickly can the Russell be back up to full operating capacity?
Yeah, a couple hours.
Okay.
It was shields. It was people getting rattled around. When a shield conduit node panel went, that's when those folks got fried.
Okay. Not a lot of structural damage or systems damage.
No.
Okay, good.
But they outwailed on for 3 straight rounds by 2 ships that equaled the Chaucer. It held up.
Right.
Remember, I had all those blanks, but I still had effects. So
right.
We'll call it as people deaths, because it did get that first volley. It got hit for 7 and 1 effect. Shields went down, and then it got hit again, but it almost got tore up.
Okay. Yeah, we will be sending a coded message to Admiral Jameson.
Yeah, the Fletcher saved its ass.
Yeah. I'll put a coded message together between sessions to shoot off to James.
Mm-hmm.
We'll probably send one to say, okay, we've established orbital control. This is what happened in the battle, and we're negotiating for something more long-term. And then after the negotiations, another message.
I may jump on Discord with Richard, too, in between game sessions, and run him on his own secret op at core.
That would be really cool.
Mm-hmm. Because I need to get that caught up, too.
Cool.
can you just pass to me whatever Hashi learned about it so that I can log it after the fact?
What I'll do is that session that Richie and I do, I'll just record it.
Okay, cool.
That's
Awesome.
perfect because then we can pop it out.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Cool. All right, guys. Well, that was fun.
I think
So
that
are
catch
we-
everyone up. We'll get everyone off of here by midnight. Any other questions? Any other stuff?
No, I'll talk to you guys in after once we close out the broadcast. You guys.
Well, do your signing out there, Rocky Mountain Geek Tank.
All right, guys. Well, thank you for joining us for this long mission, and we'll see you next. Are we coming back next week?
Next week, we will talk offline on exact schedule because we're going to try to sync up with Luna and Savage Mercenaries.
Very
Perfect.
good. Then we will see you next time. Thank you. I've been Guy,
I've been Chelsea.
and this was Geek Tank.